funds for the Middle State Radiation Control Program directors. And last year at this time, it's an every other year requirement. We filed an updated tax-free status paperwork. Next slide, please. So these are our current assets. Just to note that I think we have about $600 more than we did last year. The only major expenditure we really had is the Boy Scout Marriage Badge Program, which was about $780. We do charge $10 for each attendee, and so most of that was covered by the attendees. So the total charge to the chapter for the Boy Scout Merit Badge Program was only about $117. So it was a really good return on investment, in my opinion. And then we have small charges on the credit card to maintain our website and our Zoom fees and things like that. Next slide, please. This is the asset comparison. I was a little off. We have about $1,500 more than we did at this time last year. And this, obviously, this will be a little bit of an expenditure too, so we'll have to settle that up. But obviously, also, as you know, you all registered and paid a fee, so we'll settle that up. And I don't anticipate that's going to alter our totals too much overall. So subject to your questions, that concludes my treasurer's report. Any questions? No, thank you. Good to go?
When he's walking at so the street sale actually it doesn't end yesterday. It will end this coming Sunday. So I was incorrect. My surprise. So if you want to pre-order your shirt or hat tonight, please do so by Sunday.
Brian, can you repeat that in the microphone for people
Online.
Okay, I'll try. So you want to oh if you pre-order a shirt or a hat today, you can still get the discount, even though it says on the website the discount ended yesterday.
No, it's going to
Sunday.
end Sunday.
It's going to end Sunday. Okay. All right. Doing my best to get this. So buy a shirt and buy a hat. This weekend. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Gary could have done it better. Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Livingston. I'm the membership director right now. I have a pretty easy job as far as executive committee jobs go. I was the treasurer of this chapter from 2014 to 2016, and I'm really impressed by the job that all the executive committee members, the ones who are here now and the ones who have been here in the last couple of years, have done in keeping this going through the pandemic and making it all kind of virtual. You guys have done such a great job. Also, all the systems and things that we were using back in 2016, we are no longer using. There's a big turnover in how we're doing business. Next slide, please. So a lot of my, it's hard for me to even come up with a whole slide of accomplishments that I've really made. It's more their accomplishments, but I spend a lot of time familiarizing myself with these new systems that we're using, like MemberPress and MailChimp and Stripe and all that. These are websites that we use to kind of conduct our business and to communicate with people who are, mostly in this very large Baltimore, DC, Virginia area. I'm one of the few people who lives up in the Baltimore area. I live in Catonsville. I work at Aberdeen Proving Ground. So I'm part of the Baltimore part of the chapter. So I've just basically my whole job has been contacting people, helping them sign up, anybody who's had trouble doing that, and identifying the affiliates, which Mike Stewart will talk about in just a minute. Most of those are not registered in MemberPress, but we've been talking with them and collecting payments from them and such. So that's most of the job that I've done. Next slide, please. And here's our membership. We've added a few people since last year, and these are all reflected with accounts on the MemberPress. So this is all set up so well that the job really does itself. But if you need any help doing anything, registering, got any questions, please reach out to me. My contact information is on the website. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good morning, Mike Stewart. Next slide, please. So I'm just here to give a little update about the affiliates. We have 11 affiliates right now, and Brian talked about, the membership. One of the things we did struggle with was how to get them to pay if they weren't in the membership system. So we were able to work through that. I was expecting 2 affiliates here today, so we'll see if anyone comes to show. One of their biggest concerns over the pandemic was the lack of in-person meetings to be able to show their equipment and things. So, going forward, I hope that's something we can continue with and continue to build relationships with them. So that's all my report unless anyone has any questions. Thank you.
All right, so David couldn't be here, but he next slide. He sent this information. So if anyone, here or virtually is interested in like being an apprentice and learning how to manage the chapter's website and make updates and patch things, David and Matt are willing to train you. So just please contact them if you have any interest in that. Because contractors to update a website go from $500 to $1,200 a year. So we want to try to avoid that. So if anyone has any interest, please send them your information, and they're willing to, spend some time to get you caught up so that everything is not kind of falling on them. I think David wants to take a step back maybe. So please contact David or Matt if you have any interest in that. Next slide. You can go to the website and submit any feedback. So we've been all of the XCOM has admin rights to the website, and we can go in and monitor this box and see any kind of information. So we get requests for programs, we get requests for study groups and things like that from all over the place. So if you have any feedback that you want to submit, please, feel free to go on the website and send us the information that way. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, as president, I took on the role of newsletter editor, and I left the newsletter emeritus for Mr. Ray Johnson. So if you read any of the newsletters that's been coming out, his name is still on there as emeritus, but we went to a quarterly distribution because, as you can imagine, as a solo person, I don't have enough content to make a monthly newsletter. But we do have quarterly newsletters going back until third quarter 2021. So if you go on a website, you can go back and monitor all of the past newsletters, and a new edition should be coming out after this meeting because hopefully I can catch some pictures and make an article about today. So we try to keep it going because we know we have a lot of virtual members. So is my goal to keep that going until we get some new interest and people that want to, kind of get their feet wet with getting involved with the chapter. I think this is a great entry point, the newsletter. So we're just going to keep recruiting, even though I'm moving on and John is stepping up. We're going to, my goal is to personally still, try to tap my own coworkers and other people to kind of get involved with the chapter, because I just don't understand. Everybody is sleeping since the pandemic, and we need to wake up within the chapter. So hopefully, I have hope that this summer will kind of reinvigorate all the going ons and things that I remember about this chapter when years ago, the dinner meetings and coming here and talking and having my wine before dinner and mingling with people. So we want to get back to those times. So the newsletter will keep going on a quarterly basis. Next slide, please. We won't do this now. So that's the end of the business meeting. Does anyone have any pressing questions that you need to address now before we continue with the plenary program? All right, we'll keep going with the program.
Armin knows. Armin, would you prefer to have, so if I advance the slide from here, you won't have. Right? So are you comfortable with that? Okay, so give me a moment, I will introduce you, so say right here.
Let me not broadcast my email.
wide world. Yeah, all right, we're transitioning into the technical program. We do this all the time. Sure, I got your bio. Actually, Chris, did you print out the entire program?
No, just this,
Okay, don't worry, we're good. All right, folks, we're transitioning into the technical part of the program. So we've actually caught up with where we ought to be. So if you'll just give me a quick moment here. While this loads, guys, I'm going to load the slides for Armin's presentation. So I'll be with you in just a moment.
Do you want me to introduce myself while you do?
No, I'll do that. All right, thank you all for your patience. Our first presenter is Dr. Armin Ansari. He is the director for the Center for Science and Technology in the EPA Office of Radiation and Indoor Air Radiation Protection Division. Prior to joining EPA in January of 2023, he was the radiological assessment team lead at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. Armin received his Bachelor of Science and PhD degrees in radiation biophysics from the University of Kansas, conducted his postdoctoral research in radiation-induced mutagenesis at Oak Ridge and Los Alamos National Laboratories. He is a fellow and president emeritus of the Health Physics Society, president-elect of the American Academies of Health Physics, council member of NCRP, and has served on the U.S. scientific delegation to UNSCEAR since 2014. So, Armin, thank you for being here.
Thank you, John, and good morning, everyone. I think it was about maybe 11 years ago when I spoke to the chapter when I was doing the president-elect tour. And I'm pretty sure it was the same location because I remember coming downstairs, having a glass of wine with Ray Johnson, and then coming to the second floor for the meeting. So I'm pretty sure it was the same location it was. So I'm really glad to be here this time as a local and as a member of the chapter. Baltimore, Washington is, I think, one of the top 5 chapters in the country, maybe even top 3, if not the top chapter, because it's really happy to be here. As John said, I just started transition to US EPA, and along that, I should say that any views and opinions you hear from me today are mine only, and not views and position of EPA. As my title suggests, I think that our inertia for changing to exclusive use of radiation units and our continued insistence of using the old units, I characterize it as an addiction. We continue to do it in spite of adverse consequences that it has. So, and we'll talk about this a little bit more. And the other thing that I want to emphasize is what I put in red font here, that I'm not talking about adoption of radiation SI units in the US. We already adopted the SI units in the US. A lot of US institutions, as I'll talk about in a minute, are already using it. The group that's left behind is radiation protection community, it's us. And it's pretty ironic because we're the ones, our profession and predecessors in this profession were leaders in this field and contributed into establishment of these units. And we're that group, we inherited that, and then we're the ones lagging. So I wonder if some of those guys and ladies who were pioneers in this field, what they would say if they would look at us now and see how we're lagging behind. So we're really talking about not adoption of the exclusive use in the US, we're talking about adoption of its exclusive use within the radiation protection community in the US. If you could advance the next slide, please. And also want to make it clear that we're not talking about the metric system here, because a lot of times when I talk about this subject, people talk about conversion of these English units to metric system. We're not talking about that today. We're not talking about these units that are really ingrained in culture. And in fact, the system of SI has a provision that for units that are ingrained in the culture of humankind. Now, they're not talking about ounces. They're talking about day, for example. We use day as a unit. We use hour. Those are not SI units, but they say those are acceptable because they're sort of culture to humankind. But anyway, that's a whole other topic. Let's not talk about miles and feet and inches and acres. We're only talking today about radiation units. So next slide, please. And the other thing I want to emphasize that it's not about choice. It's not whether we like the units or not. Radiation units are used to speak the language of commerce and language of science in our case. And we have a system. We devise the units and we use them. So it's not to say that, I don't like the units. I want to use the old. It's not by choice. We can't choose. Granted, if it was by choice, I would choose to name a unit after the couple you see on the left. Pierre Curie was a gentleman. Marie Curie was a remarkable woman. And I don't know much about Henry Becquerel, so I'll vote to name a unit after Curie, if it was by choice, But it's not. If you look at the definition of units, it actually makes more sense. The definition of Rankton, for example, makes a lot more sense than the definition of Curie. And there's a lot of actually trivia behind that. For example, when they wanted to name a unit for the amount of radioactivity, they really wanted the Curie to be something that was more applicable where people were using in laboratories. 1 gram of radium was a lot of radium. And, but Madame Curie didn't want the unit that's named after their family to be a small quantity. She insisted that it would be a gram. And so there's a lot of these trivia that's interesting if you look at the history of this thing. But the point is that it's not, we don't get to choose. We have institutions that do this. Next slide, please. At the international stage, of course, ICRU sets the standards for us, sets the units that we use, and what they recommend is adopted by governments, I should say often adopted by governments and national bodies that they use. And one of the reactions I always get is that, not always, but a few people have given me, is that this is America. We don't want somebody from international coming and tell us what to use. We don't want, in America, we use this. Well, they forget that ICRU was led by Americans for most of its existence. From early on until late 80s, the chair of ICRU was an American. So even when these units were developed, and even now, if you look at the commissioners, we have Americans on the commission of ICRU. So it's not some foreign entity dictating anything to us. Next slide. In the US, the authority rests with NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or National Bureau of Standards, what it used to be called earlier. And we'll talk about what NIST's position is on this issue. And of course, NCRP, that's chartered by Congress, and its mission is to advise on these matters, specifically to develop basic concepts of radiation quantities, units, and measurements. And we'll talk about what NCRP position is as well. Next slide, John. If we were to look at sort of the evolution, the 120-year evolution of radiation units, and I put it in the sort of early development where we were just, after reactivity and radiation was discovered, and early on, the units that were devised to basically be able to work with this material and be able to define, it has a really very interesting history. And Americans had a lot of input into this, actually. And then you see the adolescent phase when we were Curie-Rad, REM. And then from the late 70s on, it's I would say we've reached maturity of radiation. Not that we may not devise new units later on if it becomes necessary, but it's been pretty mature for the last few decades. But it has a really interesting history. This one, I don't know if you've known of Graham Rankton, for example. Graham Rankton was a unit that was devised early on. That was probably the first one that tried to look at energy deposition in tissue. But they would define the units as it was necessary to do their work to be able to communicate the science that they were doing, but it was always evolving during those times. And this I'll talk about, I think rep rem and rep, I think it's the next slide, John, if you click on that. Yeah, Herb Parker, who many of you know, was really a pioneer in this. And he developed the radiation equivalent physical, Rankton equivalent physical, and then a Rankton equivalent biological, which was the predecessor to REM. And I read that Ron Catherine described that Ray Parker, when he developed these units and he was given a presentation, he had a cold. And when he said reb, it sounded like rep. And then he decided where rep was not the good term because it could be confused with rep. So he said REM, Rankton equivalent man. But again, these units were there to serve a purpose. And I found it fascinating that Herb Parker, even though he developed these, he didn't expect these units to stay the same. And he would say, if things change, that means we're growing and we're getting better in communicating what we want to communicate. So that comes from people who actually developed these terms. Next slide. And there's a lot of actually really interesting literature. And Herb Parker, Elda Anderson, Robley Evans, and these are all American contributors to this evolution of growth of the quantities and units that we use. And this is what I wonder, if these people were alive today and will look at us and being stuck with Rad, Rem, and Curie, what would they think? You know, I don't think they would look at it very positively. Next slide, please. And this is an interesting story because I want to talk about this. A lot of times what we hear is that our technicians are going to be confused. Our first responders are going to be confused if we switch units on them. And I don't think we're paying enough respect to those people. Those people are much smarter than we give them credit for. They're much more capable than we give them credit for. And this is one evidence toward that. In 1980, now this is late 79, the work that I'm going to describe. This report is published in May of 80, but the actual work was done in late 79. When there was momentum, international community was already moving on, and it looked like there was momentum for us to change units. At Oak Ridge National Laboratory, they were getting ready to actually flip the switch and go exclusive SI. And and the authors of this report was done for the NRC, are John Oxley, John Husson, and Eichholz. So Georgia Tech and ORNL produced this report. These guys didn't like the new units any more than some of you may like today. But they said, despite many objections, they considered this change to be inevitable. That, you know, we're going to have to, because the international community has moved on. Next slide, please. So what they did was they went ahead and trained their technicians at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. They did 3 one-hour sessions, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Then they let them go on for a soaking period. And then they came back and tested them again and reviewed it after a 2-month period. And they were ready. ORNL was ready to receive the order from DOE and essentially flip that switch and go exclusive SI. But that's an order that never came. And then the old units have been retained until further notice. That was in 1980. And it never came. You know, so it's been stuck. But the point is that back then, when the instruments were not digital, they were able to train their technicians and they were ready to go exclusive SI. And of course, the rest of the world had done this. And to say that we can't do it, our technicians can't do it, our first response can't do it, is just not true. Next slide. A couple of years after that, NCRP published this report, and they were basically saying that it takes cooperation of all of us to make this transition. It is less formidable than many of us may suppose. We already had evidence in other countries that were done the full transition to exclusive use of SI. This is 40 years ago. And there was no, the safety was not endangered. It was done successfully. And they were saying that the adoption of the new units, there is an inconvenience, but it's exaggerated, the inconvenience, and overstated. And that's still true today, that the inconvenience and the difficulty of changing is overstated and exaggerated today. Next slide, please. So this graphic is not NCRP's, but I generate this graphic to show you what NCRP proposed 40 years ago was a 5-year transition in which we start putting the new units in parentheses, and then we switch it over, put the new units outside, put the old units in parentheses, and then just transition to exclusive SI over a 5-year period. And as you know, we're stuck right in there in the early phases, and we've never gone to the end. And again, this is just 40 years ago. Now, I wanted to show you what the NIST position is on this. NIST, when you look at the document, they recognize that these units, these old units, are being used in regulatory documents and so forth. They do recognize that. And but they say that they strongly discourage their use. So this is our National Institute of Standards and Technology that strongly discourages us from using these old units. And if you click again, John, please. In this graph, what I wanted to show to the right of this line here is institutions, or a number of institutions that have gone exclusive use of SI. And it's kind of a who is who in radiation protection community. Many of these are US institutions. If you look at the NIST, of course, NCRP, Health Physics Society, as you know, and the journal have gone exclusive use, although they kind of deviate from that occasionally. I mean, the authors kind of push the limits on that sometimes. Radiation Research Society, American Association of Physicists in Medicine, American College of Radiology, they all use exclusive use of SI units. And the news organizations now with the international readership that they pretty much use SI units because now their web pages and their reporting is read worldwide. And this was very evident in the after Fukushima when they were reporting. Nobody reported in REM over Fukushima. So you see all of these institutions are using SI units exclusively. But we're stuck back there. And I think there is one more thing that I wanted to show us. If you click, John, if you click one more time, yeah, Homer Simpson uses SI units. There's a longer version of this presentation where I have Homer Simpson and I have clips from Jersey-licious that use SI units. So pretty much everybody except us. If you click again, John. This is after Fukushima, the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials. We worked with them at CDC very closely because it represented our state counterparts. And you see the quote there that they were really having difficulties because of these different system of units that they had to work in response. And we experienced it at CDC as well. There are publications, after action reports that pointed to this issue of working with dual units in an actual response to an emergency. Next slide, please. And this is also a position statement of HPS after the Fukushima. That was evident. So HPS positioned this statement. Our journal had gone exclusive SI in the 80s. So that wasn't anything new for the journal, but the society also went exclusive use, and they went back, even some of the asked the expert responses, they went back and updated those. So those would be in SI units as well. They say it's provides unnecessary barrier to public communication. In fact, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? We're briefing a counterpart in a state and who was not a radiation expert, but I was using some charts and graphs and web pages, and it had dual units. So I had to tell her not to look at that, look at the other one. It was just, not necessary to have these dual units. And of course, future generation of radiation safety professionals will continue to deal with this if it doesn't get fixed. Next slide, please. A few years ago, there was a workshop that National Academy of Sciences organized, and we had really a lot of good presentations. We had some of the responders who responded to the Fukushima came and talked about the difficulties they had. We had presenters from the industry that talked about why it's difficult and the cost and the instrumentation and so forth. We had presentation from the regulatory agencies also. And one of the ones that stood out was a gentleman who talked about cost-benefit analysis of these things. And he said, the cost-benefit is not always the standard for decision-making. It will be a mistake to look at everything from a cost-benefit analysis because the cost can be easily estimated, and often exaggerated, as they are with this transition in units. For example, many of the instrumentation manufacturers now provide, they create instruments in the SI units. It's only for us that, to change that same instrument to read in SI would not be costly at all. But the benefits cannot be measured or monitored. The benefits of switching to exclusive SI, you can't monetize that, you can't measure that or quantify that. And that's why it's difficult to, from a cost-benefit analysis, to say this is what we should do. And there's a thing they call the McNamara fallacy or quantitative fallacy, is when things that cannot be measured, you discount them, and then you pretend they don't exist because you couldn't quantify them and you can't measure them. So, and that's the mistake that I think we've made with this issue. We can talk about and exaggerate about the cost, training, excuses here and there, and disregard what every other country has done in the world. And it's hard to say, to quantify the benefits of changing. Next slide, John, please. I forget what my next slide is, so I'll yeah, it's almost done. I wanted to say that the implementing the exclusive use of SI is not as hard, expensive, confusing, or as painful as some think. And this was true 40 years ago and still is true today. And if you can't read this here, I said health physicists, because we're the ones doing this. Everyone else has really moved on. And my last slide is that, please, don't do this. It's unseemly. We have regulatory agencies that need to update their stuff, but we as professionals, when we can, if we have to, then we have to. But if we don't have to, let's please refrain from using these obsolete units. Thank you. That's all right. Yes.
One aspect we did not mention. International organizations like WHO, IAEA, the Pan American Health Organization, where I worked for years, need experts to be sent to countries. And I always had a problem with Americans because they use different units. And you have to tell them, no, when you go to Guatemala, you cannot use that because they have already adopted, but they are not very used to, so we don't want to confuse them. So there's a few experts in the United States that can really benefit the international community, that because of the units are not being used.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Andy.
Armin, I think we've had this discussion before in the United States, and I think part of the challenge is getting the regulatory bodies to really adopt, and that is, the NRC, the DOE, predominantly to adopt SI units and put them in use in the regulations themselves. And then we would be forced, obviously, to go to SI units. In my mind, I swing back and forth because in practice, we use SI units all the time. In some circumstances, like first responder, when we talk to the first responder community, I think because of that regulatory basis has carried forward those traditional units, that we have to speak with those traditional units to the first responders. I think that community would be one that we would really have to address for a bit to get them on board. For obviously secrets and gray, it's just a factor of 100. So it's not an issue. Activity unit is a little more challenging, but they don't usually use activity units a lot, so we need to explain that to them and convert. And all the instruments convert both ways.
Yeah.
If they're sold in the United States, they can do SI units,
I
but
agree,
it's a regulatory part that needs to happen.
I agree. Yes,
What's the buy-in from, like, those solution companies, the two big ones, $399, they do all the reports and that, so what's, from your perspective, what are they?
I've asked them, I've talked with them, and it's much easier for them. The only reason they do it with the other units is because we ask them to. It'd be much easier for them to just do one unit, so they'd be more than happy if they don't have to accommodate us.
But to comply with regulations,
Right,
we have to have.
right, yeah. But they'd be more than happy if we say, you don't have to do that anymore.
Other than that's affecting. What have you seen? Consulting business. This is the way we've done it forever. Keep doing it.
Right. I think the other one, other than DOE and NRC, I would say that some of the people that manage first responder organizations, they express concerns. Not the first responders, but people who represent first responders. Because I think if you talk to first responders, I haven't done the research or talk with them, but I'm confident they would say, look, tell me which unit I use, and I use it. They're adapt. But that's the other thing. But so I agree. I think regulatory agencies but they need a push. I think I was talking with an NRC colleague a few years ago. It was that same Andy. I think you were there at that NAS. Yeah, you were there too. NRC had considered this at some point, and it was actually very close. But the commissioners, Cindy might know this. I think the commissioners, it was like 3-2, and but it was pretty close to going that way. But they need a little push. So I think if our community is more, we voice this concern more and make this an issue, then they may reconsider that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Armin. So the next speaker, who is actually going to give two back-to-back presentations, is Daniel DeMarco. He is a health physicist at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the medical safety and events assessment branch. So Mr. DeMarco has been a part of the NRC since 2019. And he received his MS in health and medical physics from Louisiana State University. Mr. DeMarco is a member of the National Health Physics Society and recently passed part 1 of the ABHP exam. So thank you so much for being here. Do you have a preference on, you want the computer in front of you? Okay, great. I will just bear with us for probably take 30 seconds. Alrighty. All right, nobody do anything. For those of you online, I hope to get a photo so you can see the daisy chain of computers that's set up to do this hybrid meeting. I brought 3 devices myself and I'm using all of them. You want to start with the which of your 2 presentations?
Whichever one's on the schedule.
Okay.
I have no preference to.
First, right? Is that what's on the calendar? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Almost there. Sir, all right.
Great. All right, thank you everybody for coming. Like John said, I'm Daniel DeMarco. I'm a health physicist with the medical team over at the NRC, and my first presentation is on our public meeting on our information request for the rulemaking on reporting nuclear medicine injection extravasations as medical events. So the purpose of this is just to provide some information for you to prepare comments on the information request related to the rulemaking I talked about. We're not seeking comments at this meeting currently. You should submit them through the FRN up there by July 18th, 2023. So just an agenda for this. I'll give a little bit of background on what we're doing here. Some more information on the information request and the rule language, how to prepare and submit comments, any next steps, and then comments and questions from y'all. Just to start it off, I just want to explain what an extravasation is. It's an unintentional leakage of injected material into the tissue surrounding a vein or artery. This is obviously not unique to radiopharmaceuticals. We see this a lot in contrast CT injections as well as chemotherapy drugs. But for radiopharmaceutical extravasation specifically, the rates range from about 3 to 23% of injections. Those are much lower on the contrast agent and chemotherapy side of things, hovering around 0.5%, I believe is the average there. And these extravasations can be affected by a wide variety of things: patient anatomy, training and experience, and technique of the technician, any of the choice of catheter size or needle size, what kind of injection it is, whether it's a push stick or a bolus. There's a wide range of things that affect these. And so for our medical event side of things, the reporting requirements, in the 1980 final rule, the commission did not require licensees to report extravasations to the NRC. And currently, under our current rulemaking, all radiopharmaceutical extravasations are not required to be reported to the commission. It's a broad exemption. We've been getting, for the past few years, we've been getting one or two events per year being reported to us as extravasation events. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows that those are not reportable under our current rulemaking or under our current reporting requirements. And so when we were starting off on this, we started with an independent NRC staff evaluation in January of 2020 on whether or not these nuclear medicine extravasations should be reported as medical events. We had multiple stakeholder engagements, including a public meeting in December of that year and an ACMEI meeting in September of the next year. At that ACMEI meeting, we presented our 6 options, a mix of rulemaking and non-rulemaking options, as well as a no change. And we came down with the recommendation that extravasation events that require medical attention be reported as medical events. And we said that all of our non-rulemaking options were dismissed since our current reporting structure does not support reporting extravasations, since they do not fit into any of the wrong route or wrong mode or wrong radiopharmaceutical side of things. And the ACMEI agreed with the staff recommendation during this public meeting in September of 2021. In concurrence with that, we had a petition for a rulemaking in May of 2020. The PRM 3522 up there requested the NRC to revise our regulations to require this reporting. We provided a rulemaking plan to the commission in May of 2022. And the commission approved our recommendation with changes in December of that year. And these are just links to all of those interesting papers that we put in there. During this, we also had public meetings and docketings of the petition, of which we received more than 480 comment submissions on that, which is quite a lot. And so we got our SRM in December. So this information request, it was published on April 19th in the Federal Register. Like I said before, the deadline for comments is July 18th, 2023. And then this notice made available our preliminary proposed rule language and questions to obtain input from stakeholders. So that preliminary proposed rule language, which I'll get into after this, does not represent a final NRC staff position, nor has it been removed from the commission, reviewed by the commission, and may undergo significant revision during the rulemaking process. This is just to give something for commenters to, I guess, comment on if they don't want to answer any of the questions that we asked. So here's the start of our preliminary proposed rule language. Everything in red is new. This is our update to the definitions in 35.2, where we put in the extravasation, meaning the leakage of a radiopharmaceutical from the blood vessel into the surrounding tissue, what medical attention is, any techniques used to reduce the chance, severity, or symptoms of a suspected radiation injury, and suspected radiation injury itself, which means a potential or observable deterministic health effect to an area around an injection site that can be attributed to radiation. When we were going through these and making these definitions, we think that medical attention may be a bit too broad, but we want to put something out there for comments from stakeholders. And we needed a suspected radiation injury to cover both the noticed and unnoticed injuries, since these radiation effects, at least the level of radiation effects that we're looking for a reportable limit, have a delay of at least 24 to 48 hours and possibly even more depending on the doses that they're given. And so we've got a couple of questions based on the definitions in the FRN. First, which term we should use, extravasation, infiltration, when describing this leakage. The medical community has a lot of different terms for these things. I think extravasations technically only count if they're vesicants, and most radiopharmaceuticals are not vesicants, but we're just trying to keep things straight, at least for the regulatory side of things. Next, we also want to know what criteria we should use to define this suspected radiation injury, and what techniques or methods should be included in the definition of medical attention. So I just wanted to stop here and ask if there are any clarifying questions that you have, if there's anything you don't understand about what we're kind of asking or what we're trying to get at with this kind of thing. I'm not looking for answers to these questions themselves. If you do have answers to these that you think would be useful, please go to the FRN and put a public comment there so you can be recorded. But if anyone has any clarifying questions about this, please. Yes.
Question, David. So previous to this rulemaking, extravasation doesn't qualify as a misadministration.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And why didn't?
It was a commission decision that extravasations are not technically a misadministration of material, because it's not something that's completely in control of the technician or whoever's doing the injection, as well as it doesn't fit under any of the wrong mode, wrong route, and wrong patient or dose or anything like that. The 5 kind of big.
Even though radioactive material was going into a tissue that for which it was not.
Yes, but the administration itself, they did not think about, they did not want to regulate where the actual material went in the body. It was just whether it was a misadministration of the material getting into the body. So because the material was into the body, and necessarily a lot of radiopharmaceuticals are, at least when they're extravasated, they're taken up by the body, and just a little bit of a delay, they go to where they need to go. The commission decided that these were not reportable medical misadministrations that were in future rulemakings rolled into the medical event reporting. So yes. And if you go on the FRN, there's more information going into the history of the misadministration rule online in that FRN. So any other questions for this section? Okay, I'll go to our next bit of our preliminary proposed rule language, and 3542, which is covers the procedures for evaluating and reporting extravasations. This is analogous to a lot of the same 3541 regulations there, and so that's procedures for evaluating or reporting just medical events in general. And so here we just have procedures for any administration in which an extravasation can occur. They need to develop, implement, and maintain written procedures to provide high confidence an extravasation will be detected and reported in a timely manner. Required by paragraph A, licensee must retain a copy of procedures under 35/2042. This is very similar to 41 that also talks about procedures with medical event reporting. And again, this is just here to mirror the current regs. This is a mirror of 35/2041, where you need to retain a copy of the procedures. And then going into the actual reporting and notification in 35/3045, just adding a third bullet point there that the administration of byproduct material results in extravasation that requires medical attention for suspected radiation injury. So that's the line that we have for reporting these under there. This is obviously a pretty simple addition, but this is something that we were commissioned, I guess, by the commission and the SRM to develop guidance for all of the reporting for these extravasations. And so a lot of the intricacies and the complications will either be addressed in the procedures or the guidance that we write for that. So the request questions on that. What steps can we take to minimize the chance of a radiopharmaceutical extravasation occurring? This is something the commission did not specifically request in the SRM, but we think is a worthwhile question to ask, at least at this stage of the game. Whether or not minimizing the chance of an extravasation is something that we can even talk about in the regulations. What steps should the licensee take when an extravasation is suspected or discovered? What techniques or technologies should be used to help identify during or immediately after a radiopharmaceutical injection? Techniques or technologies used to better characterize an extravasation? What kind of information licensees should provide to nuclear medicine patients on how to identify an extravasation, since a lot of these, if they aren't caught by the actual medical professionals when they occur, will likely have to be caught by the patient when symptoms arise afterwards. When these reportable extravasations should be counted as discovered for the purposes of notification. We have a 24-hour notification limit on most medical event reports, and then a 15-day report afterwards. And so since there's complications there with when these things can be discovered, if they go to the delayed effects for the patients, when the timing needs to be discovered is the question we need to know about. Like I said before, no later than 24 hours after discovery. And so again, that question goes into the timing of things. Who, the primary physician, an authorized user, a nuclear medicine technician, who should be able to identify whether or not an extravasation could result in a suspected radiation injury, who has the expertise and the authority to make that call, and what other topics should we include in the guidance to assist licensees to accurately identify, characterize, and report extravasation events in a timely manner. So like I said, this is kind of the meat of the rule, and where we're going to be addressing a lot of the complications and intricacies of this. If anyone has any questions, any clarifying questions about these questions, please go ahead and ask. Yes.
Is the risk primarily to the recipient of the radiopharmaceutical, or would you be tracking it? I mean, I'm not familiar with the
Yes.
half-lives of the material. Is it, a risk to other people? They don't. So what's the risk we're managing, I guess?
So this specifically is for risk to the patient. So a lot of the suspected radiation injury that we're looking for kind of a lower level deterministic effect, which would be the skin erythema is the primary thing that we're going to be looking for the reportable events on these. And I want to say that we've been getting a lot of feedback on this. It's not necessarily a patient injury limit. it's a suspected injury limit, just because we want to account for any delay in symptoms or anything like that. This is not a patient release issue, which interestingly enough, our new reg guide, 8.39 on patient release, I think just went up recently. So, yes.
A follow-up question to that. So you had over the last, I don't know, 6-7 years, a lot more medical event reporting because of yttrium and strontium treatment.
Yes.
So of those medical events, what percentage have seen patient concerns, like you said, with the potential damage for the patient?
So for our current medical event reporting, typically a lot of our medical events, and I'll talk about this in my next presentation on medical events from this year. Typically a lot of our medical events are underdoses, at least with the Y90s, the yttrium 90s and things like that. And those are not, it's not patient harm in that we're getting harm from the radiation. It's possible patient harm from inadequate doses of radiation, but that's a medical thing. We don't want to intrude on any of that. At least with some of the injectable radiopharmaceuticals that we're talking about here, the radiotherapies and things like that, I would say only about 4 or 5 a year are like high enough to be patient harm, and those are usually captured in the abnormal occurrence report. So this is not a large percentage of the medical events that are being reported. I mean, it's none of the medical events being reported right now because they're all exempted, but we have seen some pretty concerning patient harm from other countries, as well as different focus studies that we want to capture those significant events, those safety significant events, at least with this rulemaking and for this extravasation. So yes, and yes. Mhm. Unfortunately, I have no information on that. I'm just I'm the technical lead on the rulemaking, so I'm focusing a lot on the technical side of things. So unfortunately, I don't have any information for you on that. Yes.
The 24-hour sort of requirement. Is that something where, you know, say they come to you and say, hey, think something has happened, just as an RSO, do I just automatically, for the sake of saving myself, say, okay, we have to report this as opposed to doing an investigation, so we make a determination as to whether or not, yes, this is medical event, we can report this.
So that 24-hour notification requirement is the timeline hits as soon as you recognize that a medical event has occurred. So if an event, if an event, not, big E event, NRC event, if an event occurs and you do your investigation and you determine that a medical event has occurred, as soon as you determine that, that's when you have the 24 hours to notify the NRC. Okay. Yes. Yes, and so that's why we are asking these questions, because there could be such a delay with, at least specifically with these extravasation events. So yes. Anyone else? Yes.
How far down you're going to go in their definition for medical intervention, it was technical use to reduce the chance of an injury.
Yes.
So you have techniques that are just a practice.
Yes. Yes. So what we're looking at right now is just to get as much information about these techniques as possible. I mean, like you said, the heat packs, the elevation of the limb, massaging, all of these things are pretty well known. It's likely that a lot of those will go into our guidance document writing for best practices and best procedures and things of that nature, something that would be useful and I haven't talked about it yet, but we're also developing a dosimetry model for use for medical use for these extravasation events that will also be part of that guidance document in the appendix. And we're looking at ways of possibly including those types of medical interventions that would affect the dosimetry for those things. So anyone else? Okay. And then just to end off the questions, we've got a couple of questions about healthcare inequalities. These were brought about by public comments from some patient advocacy groups where they had concerns about healthcare inequalities. Yes.
We have a question from the chat.
Yes.
Is this primarily focused on therapeutic administration? Are typical Tech 99 doses capable of reaching a medical event for an extravasation?
Yes. So we are focusing primarily on the therapeutics. I mean, those are the ones that have the activity to do the damage, but we're not necessarily ruling out diagnostics altogether. So it's likely that a lot of the diagnostics, at least personally, I believe it's likely that a lot of the diagnostics will ever be able to hit those kinds of limits, but we're not dismissing them completely out of hand. So healthcare inequalities, which actions can we take to ensure that extravasations in patients affected by healthcare inequalities are accurately assessed, and any sort of vascular access tools or technologies that could reduce the potential for an extravasation in all patients, particularly in patients of color, since we've seen from the medical community that this can be a problem, specifically with vascular access. So are there any questions, any clarifying questions on these information request questions? Okay. So just some tips for preparing comments. I've got a link there to the commenters checklist on regulations.gov. They've got a lot of good tips on how to submit these, and that will help us improve our regulations. These are the 3 ways of submitting comments on that regulations.gov comment form. This is the docket number there that you'll need to look up the specific FRN. Of course, you can email us at rulemaking.comments@nrc.gov or send a snail mail to the secretary at that address there. Personally, I would say regulations.gov is your best bet. That's the easiest way that we can use to compile all the comments and see them pretty much as soon as you send them in. We receive those comments, and then we docket them up on the regulations.gov website. So next steps, like I said before, the public comment period ends on July 18th, 2023. We've got a proposed rule to the commission that should be going up in August of 2024. And the publication of that proposed rule should be in December of 2024. Of course, after that proposed rule goes to the commission, they still have to vote and provide direction to the staff afterwards with an SRM. But after we do all of the proposed rule, there will be another public comment period on the rule, on the specific rule language itself then as well, for another way for stakeholders to put in their comments. Here's our contact information. Irene Wu, great project manager on this rulemaking. Of course, there's mine. I'm the technical lead on this rulemaking, and there we've got a couple of links to our public website on this specific extravasations rulemaking that's got a lot of really good history and links to other documents there, and then a link to the wider rulemaking process website where you can get a look at how our rulemaking process actually works. Couple of some of my acronyms that I used, and that's the end. Anyone have any questions or feedback?
I think I have a question for press. Are these presentations going to be made available on the website or?
Yeah. So we're recording and we're going to post it as well.
Okay, good, because I've got a lot of links in this one and the next one, so. Anyone else? All right, I guess that's the end of my first presentation. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab some water real quick.
presenting back to back. However, I realized that there was something I neglected to mention at the beginning. And that is that we have a pre-approval code. So if you are, so, wow, folks are ahead of me here, holy moly. Yeah, I guess I could read it out here, or, you know what, I'll just, let me pull it up in my, personal email real quick. Okay, folks. So the magic number here is 2023-04-219. There's no way you can see it on the screen up here. We will make sure that we'll publish it. We'll get it to you. But if you go on the Prolidian website and you enter that, you should get 4 CECs. So 5% of your quadrennial continuing education credits. So were you able to put the number in the, it's in the chat, so find me, we'll get you your information on that. rolling again here on the technical presentation.
All right. Nice. All right. Hello again, everyone. I hope you remember I'm Daniel DeMarco from the NRC. I'm a health physicist up there. When I'm not working on the extravasation rulemaking, I also do medical events. So this is a presentation on an overview of the medical events from this fiscal year, 2022. This is a medical event presentation that we give every year to the ACMUI. I took over it. I took over this last year from Saeed, and previously or before that, Donna Beth Howe, if any of you remember her. So just a quick outline, I'll give a quick overview of the medical event criteria, because I know when I started there, I didn't know anything about medical regulations. And then a summary of the events by our section in part 35, and then some information on future meetings and past meetings. So here I have a QR code up there to the specific regulations, 10 CFR 35, 30, 45. That's where all of our reporting requirements are for medical events, where a medical event is an administration of byproduct material that was not carried out in accordance with a physician's prescription. These medical events do not necessarily result in harm to the patient, but typically indicates a potential problem in the facility's use of radioactive materials. And like I said, the specific reporting requirements are in 10 CFR 35, 30, 45. I would have put them out here, but it would be a lot longer and a lot more boring of a presentation if I did that. So just go look them up on your own. But I will say that typically, at least in the regulations, we categorize the uses, the medical uses of byproduct material in a few different categories. And these are the 5 that are typically represented in our medical event reporting. So 200, the unsealed byproduct material for imaging and localization studies. Those are your diagnostic radiopharmaceuticals, your TECs, your iodine 123s, things like that. 300 is written directive unsealed byproduct materials. That's where you get into a lot of the radiotherapies, new lutetium, Xofigos, things of that nature. 400 sources for manual brachytherapy. Those are typically prostate implant brachytherapy, the seeds. 600 remote afterloader units, teletherapy units, and gamma stereotactic radiosurgeries. Those are your HDR units, your high dose rate afterloaders. And it says here gamma stereotactic radiosurgery units. A lot of those are not under 600 anymore, because when the regulations were written, those were for the more modern gamma stereotactic radiosurgery units for the time. And so the regulations themselves had a lot of specific requirements for GSRs that aren't typically shown in more modern GSRs. And so those are put under our 35-1000s, other medical uses for byproduct material, where those are a lot of the novel therapies that don't really fit into the 200, 300, 400, 600. That's where you get a lot of your Y90 therapies, a lot of your new GSRs, things like that. And so here I've got a chart showing a 5 years of medical events. Under there, you can see the star is the total number of patients involved. If it's greater than 1, greater than the number of reports there. And so you can see we see a lot of 35-200 events in FY19 and FY21, but typically not that many. 300s are a little bit higher. At least for the past couple of years, they've been trending a little bit higher because we've seen an uptick in the new lutetium, the Lutatheros, the Pluvictos, and things like that. The 400 has been steadily decreasing for the past 5 years. The 600s are about the same. You'll typically see that those stay about level. And the 1000s are where we see a lot of our medical events. That's primarily driven by the Y90 microsphere events. But there are, GSR units and radioactive seed localization events there as well. So going into the 35-300 medical events, we had 10 in total for FY22. I don't know how well you can see that, but we've got 2 events from Xofigos, our first actinium-225 event this year. That's a pretty novel radiopharmaceutical that's got a lot of press behind it there. Again, 4 from our lutetium-177 events, and then 3 from our iodine-131 events, which we see those pretty frequently. So just like a summary of some of the 300 medical events and some of the problems that we've been seeing. This year, at least, there were a lot of written directive errors where the intended dose was delivered, but the written directive itself is filled out incorrectly, whether that be by hand, by a human, or there were some sort of error or flaw in whatever system they had to write it out on the computer. And like I said before, events don't necessarily result in harm to the patient. So even though this is an administrative deal, this does count as a as a medical event for the written directive. So that's something that we want people to keep in mind. We're also tracking lutetium-177 events that could be a potential issue with their uptick in use. For this one, at least specifically, we've got events where half doses are intended. So lutetium-177, at least with the Lutatheras and the Pluvictos, typically come in a unit dose of 200 millicuries. Occasionally, physicians have that dose for patients with underactive kidneys just to protect the kidneys. And so we've had a couple of events where they intended a 100 millicurie dose and instead delivered a 200 millicurie dose. And so that's something that we're looking at. And like I said before, this is our first actinium-225 event where we had some issues with a leaded syringe leading to leakage. And so we're keeping an eye on that with the uptick in interest with these actiniums. This year, we had a single 35-400 medical event involving a iodine-131I plaque. It was dislodged when the patient rubbed the eye, which had to result in early removal. However, the plaque was able to be placed into a provided lead pouch to the patient, returned without incident, and the event ended up being an underdose to the eye tissue for that. This year, we had 11 events in total for the 35-600 medical events. Here we have some of the root causes, treatment plan errors. This year we had a lot of wrong site errors, equipment errors, and mislabeled or wrong size catheters being used. Like I said, 4 misidentified lesion sites this year. That was a lot. Not being able to confirm these lesion sites on pictures, where we had physicians take pictures of a lesion, and then in the ensuing delay between taking the picture and having the treatment, the lesion would either grow or shrink, and so they would have no idea where the lesion itself was being treated, whether there would be multiple lesions in the same general area and they misidentified which one needed to be treated, or just miscommunications on the written directive based on what the physician said and what was actually treated. And then something that we've seen before but continues with this year is the use of incorrect or tube or catheter lengths when doing HDR treatments. This one, we had an event where multiple patients were affected by the same issue. This was something that the facility caught post-treatment of all of these different patients. And so just reminding people that there's a need to check that the correct lengths are used when the treatments are occurring. We've seen a lot of different ways of dealing with this, where typically medical facilities will either correctly label these catheters or just use one length of catheter throughout the entire thing, just completely taking the problem out of commission. So those are a lot of the things that we've been seeing this year for the 600 medical events. As for the 35-1000 medical events, we had 34 this year. 32 of them were TheraSpheres or CERSpheres. Those are the Y90 microspheres. And then we had 2 GSR, gamma stereotactic radiosurgery events. Both of them were wrong site errors. The first error involved an error in the co-registration of the CT MRI. So it resulted in a 0.5 centimeter shift for all of the lesion treatment. And then the second involved the patient movement during the treatment because they were insufficiently immobilized. I believe during this one, the patient fell asleep, and then when waking up, they jolted and there was no way of knowing whether or not the incorrect treatment site had been treated or not. And so the investigation on that one is still ongoing, but we're counting it as a medical event right now, pending further updates on that. And so these are the 32 Y90 microspheres events for FY22. In the blue there's the TheraSphere Y90s, and the red is the CERSphere Y90s. For these, we typically see a lot more of the TheraSphere Y90 events, and as you can see on the bottom one, greater than 20% residual dose left in the treatment device. Those are all of your underdoses. Those are 18 of the 32, and that that trend is something that we've seen throughout this, throughout these 5 years, is that it's typically underdoses for these Y90 events. Like I said before, they still dominate all the medical events, but they may be smaller in proportion because there is a increase in use of Y90 events. So while the events themselves are staying level, the increase in use is going up. So the percentage of events for Y90 treatments are going down. Like I said before, these are all primarily Theraspheres and primarily underdoses. But we've seen a couple of problems that have continued these years where clinicians will use smaller than recommended catheters, where the Y90 microspheres clump in the catheter. We've seen that a lot, but we've also had pushback from the medical community in that they state that sometimes these things are necessary to get into some of these smaller hepatic arteries and veins in the liver to actually get these microspheres where they need to go. And leakages and lower locks have been specifically identified in medical event reports multiple times. This year, we also had, again, with Y90s, just like in the 300s, we've had problems with written directives where patients are administered the proper treatment, but on the written directive, it says that they are supposed to be getting less and less dose. Again, administrative, but still a medical event, still showing that there might be problems with the facility's use. And we've also, at least for the past couple of years, we've been running into problems with some unusually small doses where, because the activities being administered are so small, the percentages of activity being held up in the actual treatment device is pushing up and up and up into those 20 to 30%. And so I don't think I've seen any of these that said specifically that they're being used for anything differently. They're still saying that they're being used for liver cancers and things like that, but I have seen some different studies about maybe using these for like brain treatments and different tumors in different areas of the body, which we might have to take a look at just if this gets rolling a bit more. And so if you thought this was interesting and you want to hear a hour-long presentation on this for every single one of those, 54 events, I'm doing the same presentation going over each event in gratuitous detail at the Advisory Committee on Medical Uses of Isotope Spring meeting. That's on May 15th. It's a virtual meeting. Yeah, it's a full presentation on every medical event from FY22, including a bit more summary for these. There, I put a QR code for the public meetings website. I think we've got our link up there now. But it's my presentation on medical events, and you'll see a lot more presentations on medical uses that are a lot of really interesting things going on. Some other meetings that have already passed, but you can see the transcripts and the slides. The ACMI has a subcommittee on medical events that meets every year and reviews the trends from the past 2 years, or every 2 years, and reviews the trends from every 2 years. And so they provide suggestions on consistent problems there. There, I've got a QR code for their FY20 review for, I believe it was 19 and 20 that they looked at. And so next year they'll have one for 21 and 22. And then we also have an ACMI subcommittee on Y90, specifically Y90 medical events, where they evaluated the issues for these medical events in more depth. They issued their final report in December of 2022, which you can see in the QR code there. But I believe they're continuing to look at these Y90 medical events in more detail and meeting with the manufacturers to get some more information on how we can better tamp those down. There's some of the acronyms that I used. And does anyone have any questions? Wow, must have been extremely to the point.
Cindy's slide.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I know that whenever I encounter young people thinking about the field, I tend to point them in the medical direction. So those are a really neat pair of presentations. Thank you very much. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, but I see no reason not to just forge ahead, if that's okay with everybody. Cindy, are you all right with that? All right. Our next presenter is Cindy Flannery, who is a senior health physicist at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Cindy joined NRC in 2004 and has 29 years of experience as a health physicist for medical uses of radiation, as well as in military and research organizations. Prior to serving at NRC, she served as the radiation safety officer for the Defense Threat Reduction Agency and as RSO for the Food and Drug Administration Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition. Ms. Flannery graduated from Georgetown University with an MS in health physics and from the University of Wisconsin with a BS in nuclear medicine technology. And she was certified in the comprehensive practice of health physics by the ABHP in 2001 and has chaired the Part 1 examination panel and currently serves as director of the AAHP Executive Committee. So thank you again for being here, Cindy. Would you like me to move your slides or would you like them up here? Okay, no, I'm 100% fine with that. Thank you so much. We should be ready to go.
Great, thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? I know I speak kind of quietly. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. My name's Cindy Flannery. I work on the medical radiation safety team at the NRC. So it's a real pleasure to be here. It's been several years since I've been to one of these meetings, so it's really nice to be back and back in person. So I appreciate the invite to be here this morning. So here. Okay, all right. So what I'm going to be talking about today is emerging medical technologies, what that means, and giving some examples. I'll also be going over a couple of rulemakings and regulatory guidance. Okay, so emerging medical technologies, what is it and what does it mean to be authorized or to use an emerging medical technology or an EMT under 35-1000? So 10 CFR Part 35 are the regulations that deal with the medical uses. And it covers, Daniel had it on his slide, all sorts of, different subparts, 100, 200, 300, and so forth. And it covers the unsealed materials used for diagnostic and therapeutic uses, covers things like manual brachytherapy and sealed sources used in gamma stereotactic units and afterloaders and so forth. So what about some of these new technologies that are coming out that don't fit into that current regulatory framework? How is that handled? Well, in these situations, it's licensed under what's called 35-1000. And all that means is that it's just, it authorizes the use of these new modalities that aren't covered in one of these other subparts of Part 35. So, in this case, the NRC develops licensing guidance that licensees would work under as a way to use these new modalities. So it's licensing guidance that's being used until at some point these EMTs can be incorporated into the regulations. But of course, that takes a long time. So working under this licensing guidance is a way to update, easily make updates as we gain more experience with these things and as we see things from licensing reviews and inspections and so forth. So right now there are 11 licensing guidance documents that are issued, and they're all listed here, and the guidance itself is provided on this website or this link here. And then there's also 3 licensing memoranda. And what that means is that these are some modalities that are actually can be regulated under the different subparts of 35, not 35-1000. But there's some unique radiation safety considerations that license reviewers need to look at when they approve these modalities. Okay, so I'm just gonna, cover just examples, just a few examples, like 1 or 2 in each of these sections of some emerging medical technologies, or EMTs. The first one here is, targeted therapies using beta emitters, and that's where you have a targeting vector that's radio labeled to, an isotope to, have a radiopharmaceutical. And, you know, Daniel had mentioned the lutetium, a couple of lutetium radiopharmaceuticals. This one listed here, Pluvicto. It's used for the treatment of metastatic prostate cancer. And this was just actually approved by the FDA last year. But there was another lutetium-177 product that was approved by FDA a few years back, and that's Lutathera, and that's for the treatment of neuroendocrine tumors. So this is licensed under 35,300 instead of 35,1000 guidance. But, you know, a consideration here is that there is a production method for lutetium-177 that has an associated impurity, and it's lutetium-177 metastable state. And why is that important? Well, this lutetium-177M has a long half-life, okay? And so with long half-life materials, it can't be held for decay and storage like so many other things in nuclear medicine. So there's going to be an extra cost associated with it because it'll have to be disposed of as low-level radioactive waste. So anything greater than 120-day half-life cannot be held for decay and storage. So this is all kind of explained in this licensing guidance here that is currently posted on our website. Okay, I'm sorry, licensing memo. It's not guidance. Okay, so and then some of these targeted therapies are expanding in with the use of alpha emitters. And here's just one example that's really getting a lot of visibility, the actinium-225. There are no actinium-225 radiopharmaceuticals that are approved by the FDA at this time. It's all under FDA, or I'm sorry, it's all under clinical trials. There are two production methods for actinium-225. One is from a thorium-229 generator, and the other is accelerator produced. Now, with the accelerator produced actinium-225, there is an impurity, actinium-227. And like the lutetium-177M, it has a long half-life. So waste disposal or waste management is a consideration here as well. It has to be held for decay and storage. The impurity here is pretty significant, okay, much higher than it is for lutetium. So while they're, you know, these alpha emitters or actinium-225s is really a great thing for cancer treatment, there is a radiotoxicity, a significant radiotoxicity associated with it and a high risk. And so that really needs to be considered for workers in the public for this impurity, since it's significant. So the waste is one aspect. The other aspect is decommissioning financial assurance. You know, anything that has a half-life greater than 120 days and where quantities exceed a specified value, then licensees have to get financial assurance. And financial assurance is just assurance that a facility has funds to cover the costs associated with decommissioning. So, I mean, industry is looking at how to, you know, produce actinium-225 that's carrier-free, doesn't have this impurity, but, you know, we're not there yet for the accelerator produced. There is a licensing memo that's under development right now, so there will be more on that. All right, so talking a little bit about manual brachytherapy. There's several out there, but this one is a new one that's under development right now. It's called Liberty Vision. It's a brachytherapy source that's used for eye tumors and benign growths. This will be regulated under 35-1000 guidance. And that's because the ophthalmic devices that are covered in Part 35 are only written for strontium-90 sources, not other isotopes. And also the training and experience required for authorized user physicians are really only, addressing radiation oncologists as physicians who can administer this, whereas the Yttrium or this Liberty Vision Yttrium-90 source is really tailored for ophthalmologists to administer. So this licensing guidance is under development right now, and hopefully will be out soon. Okay, microspheres. I think a lot of people have probably heard of yttrium-90 microspheres. And, they've been, been around for a long time. We have licensing guidance right now. It's not in our regulations because of the unique delivery system and the small size and the many spheres that are used. So right now it's still regulated under 35-1000. And that guidance has been around for 20 years, but these microspheres have, historically been used to treat liver tumors, but now it's being looked at for brain cancer treatment, like glioblastomas and prostate cancer. So we need to kind of evaluate, the licensing guidance out there to see if any changes are needed. But that's for the yttrium 90 microspheres. There's other ones that are on the horizon right now. Nothing approved by the FDA. They're in clinical trials around the world. I'm not certain that for these two types here, whether there's any clinical trials going on in the US at this time. But one of them is called Aquarium Spheres. It's using a holmium-166 source. And what's unique about that is that holmium-166 has some magnetic properties to it. So not only is it, used to as a treatment, but it can be used as an imaging agent. After the administration, you can kind of, evaluate, the physicians can evaluate whether, it was administered the way they had intended and so forth. Another one here is Oncocils using P32. So I think there's some clinical trials going on, but I don't know where it is right now. But as of now, neither one of these are approved by the FDA for, they don't have a market clearance. Okay, so gamma stereotactic units. There's some spot checks and calibrations that are addressed in Part 35. These are really written for the older units, doesn't apply for newer units now. And so, as Daniel said, most of what is out there now, it just can't be regulated under 35-600. These things are regulated under 35-1000. And there's several reasons, some of them don't have this helmet that's addressed in Part 35, or, they'll have, sectioned, sources, the ability to call me, or they might have like frameless options and so forth. So this one in particular, the Esprit, the licensing guidance actually was just published, I believe, earlier this week. But there's another one called the Akesis Galaxy RTI. That also has some differences from Part 30, from Part 35. And this licensing guidance is under development right now. Okay, so finding new technologies, we really rely on our engagement with stakeholders to find out about these new technologies. So say, for example, if you have a distributor in an agreement state will, contact us asking us, NRC information to see if we could develop the guidance. Sometimes the agreement state will develop the guidance themselves, but oftentimes we will initiate that. You will hear things, and the agreement states really have like about 90% of the country's materials licensees at this time. We also might hear from NRC's advisory committee on the medical uses of isotopes, or ACMUI. They'll make us aware of new technologies. If FDA gets a new application, they might reach out to us and say, okay, this is something that would fall under your regulatory jurisdiction as well. Maybe talking to going to some of these conferences and kind of walking around and speaking to some of the vendors. So these are all ways, but we interested in, if you hear of anything, and please let us know, and it will really help us prioritize our reviews in terms of getting these licensing guidance documents developed. So I'm doing for time. Okay. So switching gears here a little bit, talk a little bit about rulemakings. There are two rulemakings under development right now. The first one, called Emerging Medical Technology and rubidium-82 generators. Kind of a long title, but the rubidium-82 generators make the rubidium-82 for cardiac studies. So this rulemaking will codify those rubidium 82 generators. It's also, the plan is to incorporate some of these well-established EMTs. I talked about yttrium 90 microspheres, for example. They've been being licensed under guidance for, like 20 years. So incorporating those microspheres into the regulations and also just allowing a little bit of more flexibility, taking into account that some of these things, like say the gamma stereotactic units, are going to change over time. So I think right now things are pretty prescriptive, but maybe make it a little bit more generalized to allow this flexibility. This final rule, I mean, with any rulemaking, it takes a long time and it's intentional. Right now, it's planned to be completed by August of 2026. And so there'll be a lot of opportunities for comment on this rulemaking. It's going to be kind of a big one, very encompassing. The second rulemaking that our group is working on is extravasations. I'm not going to talk about this because that was all covered in Daniel's talk, but that's going to be in a more immediate rulemaking that's going to take place before the EMT rulemaking. Okay, so that the rulemaking has to do with the regulatory requirements. Then we have regulatory guidance that we also work on, and this is just, guidance is just guidance. It's not a regulatory requirement. It provides, just methods, for example, that licensees can implement the radiation safety program to meet the requirements. But because it's guidance and we can't, hold licensees exactly to that if they submit another method that is found acceptable. So, but we have a few guidance, documents under development right now. The first is called the Release of Patients Administered Radioactive Material, also known as Red Guide 8.39. And it's just what the title says here. It's for patients who have been administered radiopharmaceuticals, or maybe somebody has an implant, how to evaluate the doses to members of the public being around these patients and not to exceed the regulatory limits. So this, this guidance document has been broken down into 2 phases. The first one's already complete and issued, and that was done in 2021, and that updated the patient release information and the instructions that are given to patients when they're released, and ways that they need to comply to ensure that nobody exceeds the dose limits for the public. Phase 2 is under development right now. And that's getting into some of the more technical stuff, the dosimetry equations, methodologies, and updating and tables to calculate the dose to members of the public. This was published just a couple weeks ago, and I think it was April 21st, and it's open for 60 days. So that's an opportunity for comment. And the next one is training and experience implementation. Commission gave the staff direction to develop this guidance to really clarify the roles of the people who are subject to these training experience requirements, and it covers many different things like hours, recentness of training or equivalency of hours, how to fill out the Form 313A, what kind of information is needed for that. And the Form 313A is training experience forms that an applicant would submit to demonstrate that they've met the training experience requirements. So that is under development right now. The plan is for it to be an interim staff guidance. That's what ISG is. So it's kind of a temporary guidance, and that should be completed in August of next year. And then when this EMT rulemaking is done, that guidance will be updated and finalized to coincide with that rulemaking. And the third one is medical events. And this is another one where the commission directed staff to develop regulatory guidance to comprehensively explain and illustrate medical event reporting criteria for all medical events, not just the extravasation that Daniel was discussing. Staff is developing an ISG that will come out concurrently with that first rulemaking, the extravasation rulemaking. And then it will be updated and become a finalized guidance with the second rulemaking, the EMT. So that covers the three guidance documents. And my last slide here is just opportunities for engagement. I mentioned a couple of things here that are open. The extravasation rulemaking, there's a request for information. Daniel went over several of the questions that they were hoping to get answered. But anything else, feel free to add that and add whatever you can to some or all of the questions. There's going to be a public meeting May 24th. So that's extravasation, and that's very early on in the rulemaking. The Red Guide 8.39, that's a patient release one. That was published a couple of weeks ago for public comment, and that'll close, I think, June 21st, give or take a couple days. So those are things that are open right now. There's an advisory committee on the medical uses of isotopes. The spring meeting's being held actually in like a week and a half. It's a 2-day meeting. It's a public meeting, so anybody can go. They are being held in person now at NRC headquarters in Rockville, but I believe there's also a virtual option. And then lastly, this is more in the future, EMT, rubidium 82 generator rulemaking, very early stage of the regulatory basis, will be published for comment this summer, and that's they'll be seeking comments and input on things to consider as we move forward with this rulemaking. This is a long-term one. This is the one that should be done in 2026. And that's all I have. So I have some question or an email here. If you have any questions, feel free to submit them. And a lot of stuff can be found on our toolkit as well. So any questions? Yes.
How do you go about, identifying their especially if it could be, putting in or things like that. From the vendor, you got a number like 0.25% over the entire batch. So
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a complicated one. We found the same thing with the actinium, 227, that they're able to measure something. It'll be the long-lived impurity. But how do you quantify it? And it's very, very difficult. And I know for actinium 227, I don't think technology is there yet. And even some places might not even have the instrumentation, the appropriate instrumentation. That either might not be sensitive enough, especially in the case of lutetium, or just not the ability to quantify it. So I don't really have an answer for you on quantification, but how we're writing our licenses is that anything measurable has to be held. And, I think what's the half-life for lutetium? I think it's 6 days or something like that. So you get past a certain point and you can hold it for decay and storage. When you get past a certain point, and then what you have that metastable impurity, and that will be, you'll have to dispose of that as decay and storage. So they're saying anything that's measurable will have to be, I'm sorry, not decay and storage, it'll have to be sent out for low-level radioactive waste disposal. So I hope that helps. Any other questions? Yeah. So, that the guidance is under development right now. And, right now there is guidance out there on training and experience, but, in looking at that, there are more things that needed to be addressed. The ABR being one of them. The ABR is no longer going to be a certification pathway. So what that means is that now people who are pursuing an authorized status with, AU, or somebody wants to be an RSO now has to go the alternate pathway. So that guidance will address that. Okay, and I think there is a meeting coming up, public meeting to also talk about that. I don't know the date offhand. So, but the new guidance will address that. Mhm. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Cindy. I think that concludes our morning's presentations. The schedule that I'm working from says we were going to do a moment with the affiliates at 12:45, but unless there's a vociferous objection, I think we'll reconvene at 1, and any affiliates who are here are welcome to present, and then we'll go through the afternoon's program. So virtual participants, we're about to have a great Italian lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right, thank you all for your patience. Everything reset itself while we were, having 2 lunches. So moment for our affiliates. Mike, would you just take it over from here? I think you could acknowledge any, and then we should see Rotunda's sent us a slide.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon. Again, Mike Stewart, I've been the affiliates director. We invited all of our affiliates to come and join us today. One of the things that they have been saying since the pandemic is, they really like to see in-person meetings. So we had a couple who said they were possibly going to make it, but unfortunately none of them have made it. We did have one affiliate though, Rotunda, who sent in a slide. They asked me to present their slide. So if you're in a position, where you can reach out to our affiliates and support them, with what you need for your job, please do that. And please, as we get them back into our meetings, please support them as you are able. So thank you very much. Thank you, Joe.
All right. After that word from our sponsors, we are welcoming Amber Johnson to continue our afternoon presentation. She is the director of the University of Maryland Radiation Facilities. Prior to taking that job, Amber spent 10 years at the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, and she holds a senior reactor operator's license for the Maryland University Training Reactor. So I'm going to load up her slides. And we're off and running. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for having me here so much. I really enjoy the Baltimore, Washington chapter of the Health Physics Society. I have no medical experience, so I'm going to stay away from any sort of anything like that. So I'll talk a little bit about the history and a little bit about how the regulatory oversight impacts me at my facilities and what we have at the University of Maryland College Park campus that you guys should all come and see. So over there, I'm responsible for our 250 kilowatt trigger reactor. So that's a training research isotopes by General Atomics research reactor. It's probably the most common on university campuses across the US and around the world. I think there are about 15 in the US of varying power levels, just thermal power production. So no electrical power production. I have a pretty intense cobalt 60 irradiator. We think it's the highest loading on a university campus. So that's a nice feature that we're responsible for. And then we have a 5 MeV electron linac that's just a modified medical accelerator that we use to maybe light things on fire. It's got a lot of power too. And then we have some associated support facilities that we have. So we have some detection equipment labs that we maintain. So how do you end up with a research reactor on a campus? So I guess way back when, after the Atoms for Peace, everybody wanted one. So University of Maryland founded a nuclear engineering program in 1954, and then they started to figure out which reactors we needed on the campus. So we had a subcritical reactor in 1957. That was one of those pickle barrel ones that you sometimes see in museums. And then they went after a full-scale research reactor. And what was really cool is there's this news article that said the AEC gave us the money for that. I bet those costs, the $147,000, doesn't quite scale to the cost of a research reactor today. So that's what started us there, which is pretty cool. And then I like that back then you would pick your research reactor out of a trade journal. So GE was selling them for you. Ours happens to be the one on the far side. So that was the first design that we picked. But yeah, I guess now you have to go on the internet and enter your information, but before you would just receive a magazine in the mail. So we got our University of Maryland reactor. Construction began in 1960. It was designed by Alice Chalmers. They also made tractors and I believe one power plant somewhere, I think in Minnesota. I think the timeline is pretty cool that from construction to criticality was only 111 days. That's probably pretty quick for a reactor. At that time, it was only a 10 kilowatt materials test reactor, and it had highly enriched uranium fuel. Of course, that was a bad idea on university campuses, so that was changed out later on. And it was a pretty productive device, so we had a lot of research going on at that time. And the facilities they did modernize a little since then, so I think the pictures will show that as we go on. So I guess what was really cool at the time, and maybe helpful for getting all of these started, was that the AEC at the time had the mission to both promote and regulate their technology. So that probably really helped get a lot of research reactors across all these campuses. And then at the time, we were also, nuclear was really exciting at the time. It's kind of gone away now, but we had a simulator also in our facility, so we could use that for a lot of training to support students and operators at other facilities. And then when this was first built, we were the only things on campus, us and the farm at the time. So you would drive up to the reactor, and I guess the cows would move away. You would park your car, go in and do your thing. And if you guys have been to campus now, it's just huge buildings all around. And then we're still there in our tiny little chemical and nuclear engineering building. And people blame the reactor for the lack of construction on that, but it's not us. We're fine. I think we could easily, if someone wants to put some money on it, go up a couple of levels. And then we also started to work towards getting our cobalt-60 irradiators. So we've had a couple of those throughout the years. So in the late 60s, they realized HEU, that's not good on a university campus. So we were one of the first to recognize that we should convert to the low enriched uranium. So the decision was made then to increase power to 250 kilowatts and convert to the TRIGA style reactor that we are today. So we got a whole new control system. I guess the control system kind of is associated with your core. So GA sold little adapters so we could put the fuel into our grid plate, and a new console for us. And so that core went critical in 1974, and we've been operating with that core ever since. So we think that's really cool to tell people, is that when the fuel has never been changed, we don't shuffle, we don't do much with it, and we can still turn on the reactor today. So pretty pleased with that. And then things did start to expand. The rest of the building was added onto ours. I guess they moved the farm somewhere else. That's okay though. You can still get ice cream on campus. And then we started to add to our radiation facilities at the time. So we got an electron linac and a much larger cobalt-60 irradiator. And it is the largest one, not just in size of the room, the irradiation vault that we have, but in terms of activity at a university campus. So that's another fun thing to maintain. And at the time, in the late 70s, say after 3 Mile Island, there was a thermal hydraulic test loop that was built on campus to support NRC activities in reviewing the accident that had happened. And so that was a big program on campus for the nuclear engineering department at the time. And then everything kind of just went on, and we had a pretty good run through the 80s. Everything was just licensed and moving on. Unfortunately, though, they made the decision to dissolve the nuclear engineering program in 2002. So all that we're left with is a nuclear minor. The reactor is in the material science and engineering department, but the nuclear minor is in the mechanical engineering department. So we really don't meet all the time. So that's kind of left, I guess, like a hole in what we can do with the reactor. We don't have a steady research team who's looking out for us. So it's kind of disappointing, but we have spent a lot of time, the university and myself and my staff have spent a lot of time like refurbishing the facilities, making it inviting, upgrading. When your console goes in the 1970s based on 1950s technology, not much changes until 2015. We were able to get rid of paper chart recorders. We're now digital chart recorders. We're really pleased by that. We really hope that motivates the students to want to stay in nuclear, is to know that you don't have to find markers on eBay to keep your reactor running, but which is terrible. It is terrible. And we enjoy a close relationship with our regulators. I don't see any of them here today. It's okay. We actually just finished our NRC inspection yesterday. We get inspected annually, and my inspector just left yesterday, and we received satisfactory. I guess we met all our license requirements, so I was very happy to hear that. But mostly what we do now with our reactor is we train any student associated with the University of Maryland and not also who want to receive a reactor operator license. We want to make that happen. So since 2015, we've licensed, I think, 11 students, which really isn't that many. But it is a really intensive program that does not come with credit. So you have to really love reactors to want to do it. And there are about 11 students out there who apparently really love them. And it takes a year because as you know, there are a lot of things to memorize, not just the reactor operation itself is very simple. It's got 3 control rods, they go up or down. It's all the procedures and the regulations surrounding its operation that is probably what ends up turning people off and turning them away. So right now we have 3 students who are hopefully going to sit for the exam at the beginning of June. So the NRC comes and gives the exam. We provide the training, we cannot issue the licenses. And it's only good for our reactors. So you can't show up at Calvert Cliffs one day and offer to help them out. They don't care. So that's been fun. So hopefully they'll do that. But actually this time we had a Department of Energy employee contact us and say he really wanted a reactor operator's license. So he has been in the training program since the beginning, and I really hope he passes. He seems to be doing very well, but yeah, so he just comes in on his every other Friday and operates the reactor. So that's been pretty cool. We're also part of the, we do teach some university classes, and this group is well aware, we really try and be involved in many outreach activities as we could partner with other groups for. One of our biggest services that we provide is neutron activation analysis. So we've had, I don't know, sometimes the university is like, make money with that reactor. And we're like, how would you do that? Good luck. And so we'll occasionally activate things for people. And then we've done some neutron detector testing research. There's a group that comes from the campus who maybe someday wants to look for water on the moon. So they have a little neutron detector and they'll take neutrons every couple of months. And maybe someday that will end up being launched, and that would be exciting for us. And then we just have some little things with students that we do. We have a little neutron imaging station, though we're very low flux at 250 kilowatts. That's not very many neutrons. So images can take 8 hours. So you have to really want that picture, but it's a lot of fun if you're a student and you're looking for voids or something. And we've been looking at 3D printed objects to make sure that you're actually getting the fill that you expect. Isotope production, while that is in the name for the reactor, it's really not ever been a focus of this reactor. We did have a company come after us. They had a great idea. It was very exciting. They were going to put a whole bunch of research reactors into service to activate. It was for lutetium samples for them, and then we'd ship them back, and they'd had some sort of schedule for this. But I have 3 staff operators, and they were like, "What's your 24/7 schedule?" And I was like, "Oh, whoa." There's got to be 2 of us here at a time, and we also have a cooling situation right now. I was like, we could give you like 4 hours a month, and they were like, "Oh, that's not cool." So so maybe someday we're working on cooling upgrades that could keep us going, and then we get all those students licensed, and they can be there overnight, and that'd be great. So maybe someday we'll get back into that. But of course, probably the biggest focus and the thing we'd love to do is our outreach and education. Give tours to thousands of people each year. Anybody who asks, we pretty much try and entertain, right? If people see a reactor or they come and see someone who works with radiation, typically they develop a positive opinion around that, or at least they have someone that they could then contact in the future when they have questions. We do give a lot of tours to our friends over at the NRC. That's fun. We do the class, but probably the biggest event that we host that we have come through our facility is the Nuclear Science Merit Badge Day with your group. That is the most people in one day that come through our facilities. Typically we take 15 and then we're like, oh, that was tough, no more. But on those Merit Badge Days, when it's a full day of activities and students who are so excited, and their parents typically also excited, we really rely on the organization of this group to make that happen. I have a reactor, that's easy, I can make that happen. But just getting all the volunteers that you guys provide, just excellent, on all the equipment that you guys bring to this. is so excellent for the students. So we look forward to that event, hopefully 1 or 2 times a year, whatever you guys need, we will make that happen. And then a little bit more about our training program in case you want to send anyone our way. It starts out big, and then they just self-select and drop out, or we tell them that they're just not suited to be a reactor operator at this moment. Maybe they can try somewhere else. But it's really it's really cool when you hear about it, right? You think I'll operate a reactor, and then you just have to memorize everything, and that can take some time that maybe people don't always want to devote. Oh, we also took a high school student on this year. That was great. We thought that would be great because you spend a year training them and then they get their license and then they graduate if they're in college. But we thought, oh, we'll start in high school. And then he chose to go to UCLA. So that was not so cool. But he was actually doing excellent in the program. And so some challenges that we are up against. So these research reactors are great. Like all reactors, we're getting older there. We're not able to reach our full licensed power. We can only get up to about 100 kilowatts, which is, you can't really tell that in the blue glow. So for tours, it's great. But it's poison buildup in the fuel now. So there's just, right, neutron poisons that have built up over the years. We can't get rid of them. So now, how do we fix that? The Department of Energy is excellent to work with. They got us some lightly used fuel and delivered it to our campus in 2017. So the Triga fuel that we have is not being manufactured anymore. I think they just turned on the line actually over in France now, but in 2017, they weren't sure. So they pulled it out of storage at Idaho. It had been in use at the University of Wisconsin reactor in 1979, and then just waited around for us to take it. We got it. It was great. We were the first university to receive lightly used fuel. We needed then permission to use the fuel so we could store it but not use it. That took a little additional 2 years. And then we went to put it into the grid plate and it didn't fit. So that is where we're at now. As it turns out, our bundles are rectangular, not square, like we thought. And so we have to rotate them all 90 degrees. I mentioned that the course started in 1974 and we've never actually moved most of the bundles. So they went in wrong in 1974 and we only got access to an underwater camera in 2017. While the DOE and the NRC were there, we just did this fuel delivery and we turned the camera over to the core and noted that the top handles were just, just a little bit different. And we were like, whoa, and everybody's there. And we're like, great. So everybody's been very aware and they're like, well, you've operated safely for 40 years. I guess it's the core you have. And so we're in plans to fix that. We do all the work. So fuel movement is done by us and any student operators or trainees. So we expect them to participate in everything. So I think I've been a little hesitant because moving nuclear fuel is it's kind of a stressful thing. And since we really just kind of move a couple to look at them each year and say, that's a good looking fuel element, I'm not quite ready yet for a full core shuffle. So we'll see where that ends up. The goal is by the end of the summer to be back up in power. And then we also had a situation come up with our cooling system and that's now inoperable. So that really does limit our operations to around 10 hours per week. So we are hoping that a grant comes through, but to put a chiller in for us, it's about $1.5 million. So from the 150,000 grant to build the whole reactor with some cooling, we are way beyond that just to get our cooling system back in action. And then, like I said, we have a large cobalt-60 facility. That's probably our most widely used component of our radiation facilities, mostly because it's a standard, right, for electronics testing. So we get a lot of groups come down and they'll leave their stuff in our vault and come back maybe in a week or two. So we like that. But it's also old. The sources, certainly, they just keep decaying. That part really sucks. The reactor, you just keep turning it on. So we do hope to go for another reloading in the next, I would say, less than 5 years. But our control system, like the reactor, also from the 70s. And I think that company built one, it's ours, and then they, for some reason, no longer in business. So apparently it didn't work out very well. So we are working on an in-house PLC relay-based control upgrade that should meet all the regulatory requirements and provide reliability in our operations. So that will be really nice for us. And then we have a very nice electron linear accelerator that we like to use. It's a modified variant Clinac 6. I don't know. It went in the in the 80s. This is our highest dose rate device. So people are always afraid of the reactor, but really it's this LINAC that's the problem, I think. And then we have a material science professor who's looking at some probably energy storage research in acrylics. So we're pretty excited to use this device for that. But once again, everything probably in the radiation world, it's old, it's been modified, but we're not sure who or how they modified it. So we try and find everything that's been done to it. Yeah, because of the high dose rate and stuff too, we've had some hard times finding monitoring equipment just to get the peak dose out of our beam. We've been using a lot of radiochromic films, so that's been a fun development for our group. But some ion chambers or whatever that we were looking at didn't have quite the responses that we needed. And then we're really happy to have some other labs that are useful for students and outside users too. We do neutron activation analysis, pretty good sample prep lab for that. We've got a number of high purity germanium detectors. So we use all of these and then we train the students, and we hope that the training we're giving them on those, the liquid simulation counters, the wipe test counters that we're getting, are hopefully the detectors that they'll go on and use when they come to hopefully stay in the radiation world and come and join you in this field or whatever. We happen to have a neutron generator. That's never been, it's just in a box still. No one's ever asked for it. It would require a large amount of shielding that I don't feel like dealing with. And then we do some modeling capabilities for others that are interested in that. And just to bring in the regulations, so nobody flipped out. So we're of course licensed under Part 50 as a non-power reactor. And to meet the requirements of the Atomic Energy Act, we kind of fall under a minimum regulation category. Whatever that means. And then our licenses are issued for 20 years at the moment, though there is a rulemaking with the commission that would make our licenses never expiring. So I think that went up maybe within the past 2 or 3 years. And so all we'd have to do is submit an updated safety analysis report every 5 years, and our license would just keep going. Like I mentioned, they do inspect our facility annually based on power levels. So the higher power ones like NIST and the megawatt levels, they get inspected much more frequently. But at the 250 kilowatt level, it's I guess that's that minimum regulation. And then we of course do have oversight on campus, that we have a reactor safety committee that oversees most of our operations, procedures, experiments, anything that we choose to do. And the NRC will be here again in a couple of weeks to do our operator exam. So that's cool. So that's federally regulated. And then we also, by having the radioactive materials, the cobalt-60 and the accelerator, we also get regulated by the state. So we like to see everyone in our facilities. So the irradiator license is separate from the campus broad scope, I do believe, due to its level of activity. We just submit a license every 7 years, which I just learned about that frequency this year when it went up for licensing. And then most of this is handled kind of internally to the campus. So other than the inspections received by MDE, the campus radiation safety committee forms a lot of oversight for this facility and for the operator licensing. So they're the ones who determine that we can, who can be an operator of the irradiator. And then it's similar for the LINAC, right? Just, well, I don't know. Sometimes we get calls from like dentists or whatever, and we're like, whoa, we're at a different level, so we should probably not be chatting or whatever. And then this is also overseen. It's funny because there are the little X-ray cabinets on campus, and then there's this. And I don't think there's always a scale of like, of just what each one is and what each one could do and the hazards associated with each of the devices. So I think this is a fun device. So it is nice because it's below the activation energy. So it's great because people come in, they give us their samples, and then they go home and they do what they want with them. And so that makes it excellent. And so this is mostly maintained on campus also. So our licenses and the training programs are all part of our radiation safety committee. And so it's kind of different to see how the federal side plays and then how the state agencies oversee our facilities. And that is Maryland University that we're on access to. So do you have any questions? Sure.
Oh, yeah, I used to work at the Armed Forces Radio Biology Research Institute, and I know that you have a trigger reactor there that I'm well familiar with. I've never had an opportunity to see yours. How similar are those?
Ooh, so I say we're all different, and if you get the opportunity to see any one of them, you should take it. So that one's cool because that's 1 megawatt. AFRI also does radiobiology research, as you mentioned, and so they have very large treatment rooms for animals, I guess. We do not have that or that. So those are really impressive to see, just the walls and stuff chill on that. The pool there was much bigger, and that reactor pulses. So a lot of triggers have a feature where you can pneumatically eject a control rod, reach gigawatt levels of power, but the fuel, the way it's designed, it shuts down before the control rod even inserts back into the core. So as they heat up, it shuts down. So that's a cool feature for getting, I guess, a high neutron flux right away. But that's a very nice facility, and I know they just upgraded their console to a digital console, and we're all watching that closely in the community. It took a little while, but they're back on, and so we are happy to have them going.
I haven't been there in a while either.
Okay, yes, I agree with Sean.
Facilities, just like when you were talking about, got the digital console going on that. I've been told by people who work there that it's easy to run now. So
yeah, so that's why we're all watching. We're like, why can't we have it? But it should be that easy to run. I think you can do it. Yeah, that's a very nice.
My buddy said it's like running an iPod.
See, right, that's how nuclear should be. That's what the students want, I think. Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Amber, you mentioned you have a neutron source.
We do, yeah.
Is the flux of that source similar to the reactor, more or less? Is there any benefit to utilizing that rather than reactor?
I think it just gives you a fixed energy neutron, and so that's the only benefit to that. So I've always said that you can get more with the reactor, but it really depends. Yeah, you want to use the reactor.
I was also going to say it would be a good project for your electrical engineering program to design your new control system.
That's correct.
Systems engineering and electric.
Thank you. Yes, that's what we've been trying to reach out to on campus. Is we're like any student that Cobalt 60 really needs an electrical engineer to come in.
How often do you have to replace the Cobalt 60?
I think we last loaded in 2007, and we certainly need to. I would say we could do it now. So I'm ready now. Yeah. So it's got like a 5-year half-life. Yeah, and yeah. So we're ready again. Make that happen. Well, thank you all so much for having me, and I will certainly keep working with you and your group. It's wonderful.
All right. So our next presenter is Dr. Sina Mosahebi, who is currently an associate professor and the director of proton physics, the fellowship program at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. He works at the Maryland Proton Treatment Center. His PhD is in physics and biophysics from Washington University in St. Louis, with a focus on kinematic characterization of left ventricular chamber stiffness and relaxation to quantify diastolic physiology and facilitate the development of mechanistic indices for diastolic function. My undergraduate's in biology, and I almost followed that. Following his doctoral work, Sina completed his therapeutic medical physics residency at University of Maryland School of Medicine, and in 2017 joined the Maryland Proton Treatment Center as a faculty member in the Department of Radiation Oncology. His current research is focused on ionizing radiation dosimetry, proton range verification, and dual energy computed tomography and flash therapy. So thank you, Sina, for being here. Is this auto advancing?
No, I hope not.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, look at that. I'm just gonna. All right. It should be on manual control.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thanks for the introduction. So my talk is not about health physics. Can be kind of boring, but it has health, it has physics and radiation, so kind of a different side. And it's kind of more educational, telling like about proton therapy. So where are we? So we are in Baltimore. It's about an hour from here, and we are close to the actual medical center, 2 blocks from medical center on the other side of MLK. We have variant probeam system. It's a 5-room facility. We have 4 gantries and 1 fixed beam. We don't use the fixed beam. It's not really useful. And we started 2016, and we have pencil beam scanning, which is kind of the modern proton treatment delivery, and CBCT in the gantry rooms. We have dual energy CT and MRI scanner. And for the special treatment, we do breath hold treatment. We started 2018, and we treated more than 220 patients with that. And we have a deep thermal therapy, which helps to kind of like help for the radiations, kind of like radiation is going to be more effective. So it's kind of unique. In US, maybe like 1 or 2 centers, they have this, but in Europe and Asia is more common. So far, we treated more than 4,000 patients, and we have different treatment sites, mainly GI, CNS, breast, and head and neck, and GU, and prostate. So about my talk, the first part is about the basic of proton therapy. Sorry if it's kind of like, low level, but I was not sure about like an audience, so I just wanted to go over the basics and then talk about the uncertainty in proton therapy, which people need to know, because when they choose to have a patient, they want to have a treatment, they need to know proton is good, but it's kind of scary. So you have to be careful. And then some advances in radiation therapy and proton therapy, which is flash. I'm not sure if you've heard of flash therapy, but it's something new. It's not in like a clinic yet, but there are lots of research on that one. So proton is a charged particle. You know that we have Bragg peak, so it loses energy, and that before it stops, it releases most of the energy, which is called Bragg peak. And the range is defined by the energy, so higher energy, higher range. And the benefit of that is there's no exit dose. So that's a main benefit of proton therapy, which is kind of like right now is more popular than before. Typically, 1 Bragg peak is not enough to cover the tumor. So you need multiple Bragg peak to create this SOVP is kind of like a, I guess you can see. So the red one is SOVP is kind of, you want to have a range of, or the dose, enough dose for that thickness. And you use different energies and then combine them with the different intensity and then get the SOVP. Now, what are the benefits if you look at the patient treatment, like or actual treatment plans? So these are some examples, proton versus photon. Am I blocking you? Sorry. So the left one is the CSI, cranial-spinal irradiation, usually for like kids. And on the left one is the proton, and the other one is the photon. So if you look at that one, if you look at the stomach region, you see the dose from the photon, but you don't see any dose from proton. So that's a benefit of proton. So that's why insurance approves like a proton for kids, because if you reduce the dose to other tissue, you kind of like reduce the secondary cancer. So The other one is the chordoma, is like a kind of like a spine treatment. You see that like again, proton can cover that region of tumor, but photon goes to the heart. So that's a benefit of the proton again. And this is another example of a brain case. You know, the left one is the proton and the right one is the photon. And you see that color was tells you about the dose. Red is kind of high dose, blue is the low dose. So there's no low dose in the normal brain, but you know, from photon you have almost every part of the brain gets some dose. And the last one is about the lung treatment. Again, proton versus photon, there's a benefit of using protons. So these are good things about the proton. And one thing that can be useful is like, you know, for retreatment. Like, you know, if your patient had the treatment like 5 years ago and comes back for the treatment again. So normal tissue has tolerance. So you want to kind of like keep that tolerance or reduce the dose. So this was the example, like patient had the treatment a while ago, and then there was like, you know, 55.8 grade to the kind of brainstem area. And now coming back for the treatment, and then you want to give the radiation to a whole brain, but you don't want to go over the like whatever you have for brainstem at the dose limit. So this is the new treatment that from proton. You see in the brainstem, there's no dose in the middle, so you can spare brainstem, and then you can give a dose to kind of the whole brain as a kind of the tumor. And if this is look at the comparison between proton on top and the photon on the bottom, you have a homogeneous dose. As red is kind of covered the whole brain except the brainstem area, and in the photon you don't have that much. Well, but in the center there's no dose from proton, whereas in the photon you see there's a pink or low dose from the photon. And the graph shows the dose volume histogram. So volume is on the y-axis and the dose on the x-axis. And basically you want to, for actual tumor, you want to have like 100% dose to 100% of volume. For normal tissue, you want to have like, you know, kind of low, you know, you want to push this curve like close to the y-axis. So if you look at that one, brainstem, like, you know, is much lower for proton versus the photon, and also optic chiasm. So these are the benefits of the proton. So it's really good in that term, but there's some uncertainty in the proton. For the treatment delivery, there are different sources, like you have cyclotrons and synchrotrons. So the left one is the cyclotron, which is common in the IBA system and variant system. It gives you the fixed energy, and then you need the energy selection system and degraders to change the energy. Synchrotron, you can have a predefined energy. You can request any energy you want. It's kind of bigger in the size, and then, you know, in Mayo, MD Anderson, and also the Sibley, like from Hopkins, they have this synchrotron. For the delivery system, there are 3 delivery systems. The first 2, double scattering and uniform scanning, they're old ones. Right now, everyone is moving to the pencil beam scanning, which is the newest one. And I'm going to kind of show you what's the benefit of each one. So passive scattering this is the kind of 3D design. So you have a proton beam, you have a kind of carbon wedge to kind of reduce the beam, you know, or the energy to get matched to the distal part of the target. And then you have like a range wheel or like, you know, modulator to kind of spread that beam, make that SOPP to cover the whole tumor. And then you have an aperture to kind of like based on the shape of the tumor, make that one to conform the dose and compensate it to conform in the distal part of the tumor. But the downside of this one is, if you look at this kind of picture, there's no conformality on the proximal side of the tumor. So there's no way you can manage that one. So you give you know, the distal part, yes, you can cover it, you can use the Bragg peak and stop there, but then the proximal side, you can, whatever normal tissue you have, you may get the 100% of the dose. So that's a downside of the passive scattering, and same as the uniform scanning. Uniform scanning is the same thing almost, but instead of like all the kind of scatter that at the beginning, it has a kind of magnet to scatter the beam. So to summarize, these 2 systems, they're reliable. All the data for proton is based on these systems because they have been in the kind of like a clinic for a long time. And the delivery is fast. It's kind of same as photon. You shoot the beam, it's delivering a field, and it's robust. And you can do the patch field kind of like, to spare normal tissue. But the bad side, or like, downside of that one is like, is not, give you a good conformality in the proximal side. And you can't do the intensity modulator. And one thing is maybe for like a activation is like, you have, for each beam, you have to have a compensator and aperture. You're getting activated. So that's one thing that, you can give a patient more neutron dose based on this design. The new system is spot scanning or pencil beam scanning that we have in Maryland and most of the new centers in the US. So basically use the spot or like a pencil beam of the proton beam, and you just like, paint the tumor. So it's kind of, you start from the distal part of the tumor, highest energy, and then go layer by layer and then come back. So it's kind of, you cover the whole tumor. So at the end, you cover the whole tumor. You have the conformality in the distal part and also the proximal side. So that's the benefit of that one. You can do intensity modulated proton therapy. It's kind of like IMRT, but for proton. You have the conformality. The bad thing about the pencil beam scanning is it's so sensitive to the motion. So if you have a motion, tumor is moving, and you have a pencil beam, you can miss it. So before it was like for the old system, you're delivering a field, so you are not going to miss the tumor. Now, if your tumor is moving kind of in the opposite direction of the beam scanning, you can miss that one. So that's a kind of like an important thing for the pencil beam scan. So synchrotron gives you like a energy that you want, but cyclotron gives you a fixed energy coming out. So at our center, we have like maximum energy 250 MeV. In the room, the maximum energy is 245. So the range is about like 4 to 38 cm. So the minimum energy we have is 70 MeV. So now if you have a shallow target, like breast cases or like, some brain cases, so you can't use 70 to cover that one because it's 4 cm. The Bragg peak is going to be at the 4 cm depth. So for that one, there are different designs. So this is the design at the UPenn that they have kind of like an external bolus around the patient. So to kind of retract or pull back the Bragg peak, so to cover that one. In our center, we use range shifters, kind of like a plastic slab. We put it in the top, in the nozzle of the beam. So depends on the thickness of the slab, you pull back the Bragg peak. So you can go to the surface, if you want to have the Bragg peak on the surface, or 1 cm or 2 cm, whatever you want. So the only problem with the range shifter is like when it's in front of the beam, because of scattered, the spot is getting bigger. So that's why we want to have the nozzle as close to, as possible to the patient, because we want to have less scatter. And for the delivery, so we have the cyclotron, as you see on the right side. Then you have a degrader, carbon wedge, and energy selection system to kind of change the energy, whatever energy you want, from 70 to 245. It goes to the beam line. There are lots of magnets to focus the beam and also guide the beam to the room. So we have one source of energy. We have 4 rooms. And so they request the beam comes, like, they get in the line. So based on the priority, you get the beam, you deliver beam, then beam goes to the next one. So there's one source of the beam, but we have 4 rooms. So that's why sometimes the treatment delivery is kind of longer compared to photon, because it's dependent on the one source of the beam that we have. So then beam comes to the nozzle, and then there we have the scanning magnet to move the spots or paint the tumor. So it's kind of like, you have the X and Y magnets to do move the spot. You can have, for each spot or proton pencil beam, you can have different monitor unit or different intensity. So use that one to get the uniform dose to the target. So this is the graph showing the proton kind of pencil beam. So if you look at along the axis or the depth, you get the Bragg peak. If you look at the profile at the one depth, you get the Gaussian kind of distribution as we call it the spot. Now, this was the kind of basic of proton. Now about the uncertainty in the proton. This is really important because people think that proton is really good, is really good, but you have to be careful. Like, that's why at our center, we do lots of check. It's like, in the photon, we can treat a patient like, 2-3 days. But in proton, we can't do sooner than 7 days. We have to double check multiple times, image review, plan review, make sure there's nothing wrong, because if you're off, you can be 100% off. So there are 4 main uncertainty we have. One is range uncertainty, because proton range, even we know the energy, but when you go to the patient and use the CT scan, there's a kind of conversion that you have uncertainty for that one. And it's so sensitive to anatomy, and also there's the RB uncertainty. And at the end is the motion that we talked about, about the pencil beam scanning, which was one of the limitation. So as I said, like, there's a conversion to calculate the dose when in the treatment planning system. You get the CT scanner, you have a pixel value for that one, but you have to convert that to dose using like the equation. But the equation is not using the CT number or Huntsville unit. It's using like a stopping power ratio, because proton is like is based on the stopping power ratio. And there's an uncertainty for that one, which is about 3.5%. So we have to consider that one in our dose calculation. And that depends on the range. So if it's a 10 cm depth, that can have like 3.5 millimeter. If it's 20, it can be 7 millimeter. So this is the example. The top one is a nominal plan. The left one on the bottom is if you have a plus 3.5% uncertainty, and the right one is a negative. So when we create a plan, we have to consider that one. So that's why we make the dose cloud a bit bigger, because we don't want to miss the target. But when you make the dose cloud bigger, so you have more dose to normal tissue. So that's, there's a kind of trade-off in that one. So sometimes the physician decide that, okay, I don't want to get like a dose to spine that much. So I'm okay if you have a less coverage of the tumor on that part. So that's one thing that we have to consider. So to manage that, we add that 3.5%. So it depends on the range. So in the distal and proximal can be different. And we add, sometimes a millimeter to make sure there's no error on that one. And one thing is that we don't want to stop by normal tissue. So if we can avoid that, if you have when we do the beam arrangement, we use the beam that is like not stopping or end ranging to the normal tissue, because there's a range uncertainty in that part. So lots of planning, lots of evaluation before the actual treatment for that. And to make it better, you can use dual energy CT, because it gives you more information or some direct measurement of the range. One other thing about the proton uncertainty is the kind of when you have an anatomical change or any change in the kind of like a patient setup. So if you have in the picture, if there's no bone, you get a Bragg peak. But if there's bone there, because bone has different density of normal tissue, it kind of degrades your Bragg peak. So you don't get a good Bragg peak on that part. So to better calculate that one, we use Monte Carlo. So most of the proton centers, when they do the dose calculation using the Monte Carlo instead of pencil beam algorithm. The other thing is an anatomic change. So the picture shows patient at there was a tumor shrinkage, now the anatomy change. So you see external, extra dose to normal tissue. And then on the bottom one, if you, I don't know if you can see it. So there was a bone, there was a rotation. So if there's a rotation and beam goes through that one, so you can have different dose distribution because of that. So to manage that, we do lots of QA-CT, we call it quality assurance CT. Like every couple of weeks, we scan the patient, make sure nothing changed. We do CBCT and imaging, make sure everything is the same as the initial scan. And the third one is the RB uncertainty. So you guys know about a relative biological effectiveness. So for proton is 1.1 based on ICRU report, but it's not actually 1.1. It's changing as you go to that kind of a SOPP at the end. RB is not 1.1. It can be 1.4, 1.5. So there's a change. But we use all the treatment planning system in the clinic. They use 1.1 as a constant value. But this can be kind of dangerous because when it's not constant, so we had a case that a brain case, we look at the plan, there was no extra, unacceptable dose to brainstem. It was 32 gray. The brainstem, can manage up to 50 something gray. But we saw that the brain stem necrosis in that patient. So we went back and we looked at we saw that there's a spot there. So that spot, even you see like the dose is like 30 something gray, instead of 1.1, it can be 1.5. So that can be the reason. So that's why we don't want to end range to the normal tissue. So this is really important for the proton treatment. And the last one and about the uncertainty is the motion that we talked at the pencil beam, you can miss the target. So there are different methods. You can use some breath hold, technique or system that we have in our center, or you can use the beam in the direction of the motion. So for breast cases, we use the on-false beam coming toward the motion. So when chest moves up and down, because in the direction of the motion, in the direction of the beam, there's no change in the depth. But if you use this way, then it goes up and down, you can miss the target. So these are some techniques that we use for to manage the motion. So the take-home message is don't get discouraged. It's kind of lots of uncertainty, but you need to know. So when we do the plan, we try to take care of all of those. And the last one is about flash therapy. Have you guys heard of flash therapy at all? Okay, so flash therapy is like high dose rate treatment. So we're talking about really high dose rate. So on the graph, you see photon is about 0.07 gray per second. Photon FFF, flat-thin filter-free, is about 0.4 gray per second. Actually, the proton treatment is 1.6. Flash, we are talking about 100 or 120 gray per second. So the minimum they have is 40, but people are trying to get to higher, like 60 or 100 gray per second. So really fast dose rate, really fast delivery. So it's like if you deliver one patient tumor is for delivery, it takes 1 minute. For flash can be like a second or less than a second. So it's really fast, but there's some benefits. What are the benefits of that? We don't know yet, but it's they have seen that when you use the high dose rate, the normal tissue can tolerate higher. So it's you can go to higher dose, your normal tissue still can survive. So that's the benefit of flash. So there are lots of research on that one from biology, physics, everything, because they want to find out that if it's true, then the future is going to be flash. So, but the tumor is responding the same. So you can control the tumor, but you can spare the normal tissue. But flash, so started long time ago in 1960s and 70s. So that time they noticed, and that when they did the cell experiment, they saw that. But from probably long time, 50 years, nothing happened. No one's touched it until 2014 in the mice experiment. The people from Switzerland, they noticed that, okay, with flash, your normal tissue can go to higher dose, but still same toxicity. So that was the time that actual flash research started, 2014. And then since then, lots of clinical research on animals, from zebrafish, rats, cats, mini pigs, dogs. They did lots of research. Everyone is right now in the radiation oncology. They're working on flash, big centers. And there are few human trials, in US, one started a couple of years ago. They finished it. They started again for another one, and there are 2 in the Switzerland that are open. And then in future, it's going to be a randomized trial before going to the clinic, which is people are hoping that happens at some point. So this graph shows the survey from ASTRO, one of the radiation oncology meetings, that one big discovery. So in 2018, flash was not there. So no one voted, or at least in the graph, there was nothing about flash. In 2019, a year after, flash was the highest in terms of like, a hot topic in the research. And this one shows that like, the graph of publication. So from 2014, that was kind of the beginning of the flash again. And until like, when we have the X-ray flash, then lots of publication for that one. So, lots of groups in US, Europe, they're working on flash and trying to find out like, why this happened. So there are lots of publication. They think that it's related to oxygenation or like a hypoxia, free radicals, or immunotherapy or immunology. It depends on the fractionation. So, no one knows like, what fraction is, fraction dose is good. Like, should it be one fraction or multiple fraction? Dose per pulse is important, or average dose, or like the time between pulses. So there are lots of questions in the flash. So people are trying to find out like answers. So if flash works, you can do dose escalation. So imagine like, right now you give 50 gray to a tumor, but normal tissue gets 20. Now, if you're with flash, normal tissue can go to 35. So you can increase your dose. You can go to 70 gray. So you kill the tumor for sure then. So these are some benefits. So it's delivering fast. So basically your motion is not that important because in 1 second you deliver the dose. And there are lots of modalities like photons, electrons, and protons. So protons is the most kind of in future is going to be like, main one because you can treat any depth. Electron is more for the superficial or like skin lesions. I just go quickly over some of the, research. This just shows that like a zebrafish in mice experiment. So they've seen that like a flash, the kind of like a sparing is better than like conventional or low dose rate. So this is the publication in 2014 from Switzerland. So the first column is the control. The second one is like a 17 gray conventional. The third one is the 17 gray flash. So there's less kind of toxicity or lung fibrosis in the third one, the flash one versus the second one. The fourth one is the one higher dose, 30 gray. So 30 gray flash is kind of comparable to 17 gray conventional. So it's like, you increase the dose by 80%, but you get the same effect. So that's a benefit of the flash. But in terms of the tumor control, it's the same answer. So you have the same tumor control as the conventional. So there's nothing wrong with that one. This is another one on the mini pigs on the skin using electron. You see the top one is the conventional, different dose. The bottom one is the flash. So it's kind of, you have a skin sparing in the flash versus the conventional. And they had some like for actual tumor, for cats, they did 6 cats, different dose, and they saw that the 84 progression-free survival for the cats after 16 months. And this was the first patient treated with flash in Lausanne, Switzerland. So this patient had lots of treatment, over like 50 or 100 treatments, and from 2008 to 2018. And then they did flash. They just wanted to see if it works, and that's like it's feasible. And they saw like grade 1 toxicity, and they delivered 15 gray using the electron beam. So that was about electron, but proton, you can use Bragg peak, and that you can spare more. And with the proton and pencil beam, because the dose rate is higher, you don't need to change your system. In the electron, you have to remove the flattening filter. You have to change some of the boards to kind of have a higher dose rate or pulse rate. For proton, it's much easier to make that one. So there are lots of groups and vendors working on this, Varian, IBM, Mevion, and also Hitachi, they just started. So to use a proton beam to do the flash experiment. So again, these are some of the results for the proton. So it's showing that there's more sparing with the flash for the normal tissue, but you have the same tumor control. And this one, another one for UPenn, that they used 230 MeV proton beam. They did the radiation to whole abdomen using the plateau region of the proton. So you see the normal tissue, you have more sparing, the green is higher. And then when we look at the tumor, the green and red curve, they're on top of each other. So they're not much different than tumor control. There are 4 flash human trials. There are 2 in US and 2 in Switzerland. The first one at the happened, they call it like FAST-01 with the variant. They completed in 2021. So it was for bone metastasis in the extremities. And it happened in the Cincinnati Proton Center. The second one, again, it's the same place. They treated the first patient in 2023, a couple of months ago. That's the same bone metastasis, but for the thorax region. So they just want to look at that one. And the other 2 is like for electron flash using, they use electron. The first one is impulse, look at the flash for different dose. And they look at the 7 dose rate. And then the last one is not started yet, but Lance, it's again for the skin cancer, but they want to compare the flash versus conventional. So in summary, so flash has a potential to spare normal tissue, but give you the same tumor control. There are different modalities, electron, photon, and protons, but electron is going to be good for like skin lesion or like a superficial. Proton is like for deep targets. And there are lots of unanswered questions about the flash, why it works, what, dose rate, what, tumor is good for that, and what fractionation is important for that. So lots of research on this one, and this is one of the hottest topics in the radiation oncology right now. Thank you. Any questions? Yep.
You center, not published in the literature, you center, you have been treating patients 7 years.
Yes.
What's the statistics of survival, patient survival?
It's kind of hard to say that because, some patients, that like is a palliative case. You can't, cure the patient or cancer, but I can't tell you the number because I don't have it now, but it's not like we see lots of like, death, after the treatment. So it's not like that, but I can go back and look at the numbers or find the numbers, but, it's effective. It's not like, proton is scary, but it's kind of effective. It's more effective than the photon. You have like, for insurance, for us, at least, we have less problem compared to other centers because we have a kind of, we're a state university. We have a contract with the insurance companies, but to get the approval for like, adult is really difficult. For kids, they approve it because they know there's a benefit. For adults, if they approve it, they have to pay more. So they just, try to see if like, you can get the same thing with photon, why you want to do proton. So, but I don't have the data for like, survival.
And we had graphics depicting dose deposition, essentially, where a lot of the tissue was spared. What kind of doses do you get from secondary X-rays from the protons going through tissue? So internal scatter, basically.
It's not a lot.
It's just a small amount.
It's really small amounts. It's we get some neutron dose. It's not significant because pencil beam, I think it's like, depends on the distance from the nozzle or the isocenter. It can be probably less than 50 microsievert per gray in like, 50 cm or 100 cm from isocenter. So at 200, there's nothing, almost zero. But for gamma, you have some, but it's not much. Yeah, it's not like, changing your actual dose. It's not like, less than 1%. Okay.
So much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mosahebi. And our next talk is also another one that's health physics proximate. It's by Ms. Maxine Keefe. She serves as legal counsel to Commissioner Bradley Crowell of the US NRC. Maxine joined the NRC in 2016 as an honor law graduate in the NRC's Office of General Counsel. And there she specialized in advising on rulemakings and guidance document development across the NRC's mission areas. Maxine's a member of the adjunct faculty of the University of Connecticut School of Law and teaches a seminar as part of their semester in DC program. Maxine holds a JD and a certificate in energy and environmental law from the University of Connecticut School of Law, an MS in environmental policy from the Bard College Center for Environmental Policy, and a BA in environmental and urban studies from Bard College. So Maxine, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
All right, well, thank you so much for the invitation. It's great to be here and great to speak with health physicists. One of the greatest parts of my job is when I get to work with scientists and technical experts. I am a lawyer. I never profess to be the technical expert in the room. My master's degree helps me sound smart and ask the right questions. But in the end, my job is really about making sure that the regulations, the policies, the guidance documents are legally enforceable, clear, transparent, and make policy sense. I'm also a policy advisor. And so I joined Commissioner Kroll's office when he joined about 6 or 7 months ago when he joined the agency. So it's been a tremendous experience to see really high level cross-cutting issues that the agency faces. Prior to that, I worked mostly on reactor and materials license regulation guidance. And I'd say I was really in the weeds, like deep dives onto some of these policy technical issues. And now I've gotten to look at things a little more holistically. So if you'll bear with me, as a lawyer, I'm going to try and address things sort of from like a policy mindset. And I'll try and scratch some of the technical itch as well. But I'm definitely not an engineer or a health physicist, so my technical knowledge will be far more limited. I'm going to go over sort of the history of where we've been, how we've gotten to where we are today in terms of sort of advanced reactors, current reactors, licensing concepts, and this idea of a nuclear renaissance, which we thought maybe was going to happen the first time around 2008 timeframe, and there are many reasons for why that didn't quite happen. So some of these big picture themes that you maybe have come across, it is, an adjacent field to health physics, but some of these themes cross-cut all issues of sort of like regulatory space. So I'll talk about stage licensing versus something more efficient, and design standardization, safety standards, and then a few other kind of like where things are headed. And I would be remiss if I didn't give my disclaimer, of course, that these are my views and not those of the NRC or the federal government. So I'll take you back in time a little bit and talk about some like history in terms of licensing processes. We all know the NRC was created post-Manhattan Project. 1946 was the first version of the Atomic Energy Act. 54 is the AEA as amended as we know it and use it today. And when the NRC first started licensing reactors, it used a staged licensing approach. So a combination of a construction permit and then an operating license, or a CPOL. So I'll try and not use too many acronyms, but I know you're all in this space and use a ton of acronyms as well. So CPOL versus COL, which is a combined operating license. The COL came decades later in the 80s when the NRC kind of reassessed and looked at how can licensing be done more efficiently so you get your license all at once in a combined license. All your eggs are in one basket though. And so something that I have observed that I think is interesting is the pendulum kind of shifts. So back when we were doing stage licensing, there was an advantage to that And I should say, all these options are available now. It's sort of a choose your own adventure of sorts. So back in the earlier days, stage licensing helped from sort of a marketing standpoint, which of course the NRC and its predecessor AEC has not as much to do with in terms of marketing. But think about, you get one license that helps your investors, and then you go and get your another one. Combined license works and is a viable tool. But today there's been more of an interest in going back to stage licensing, where you can show your investors, look, I got this much, give me a little bit more perhaps, and we'll keep going. And so there's an interest now in even more optionality in terms around stage licensing. Can we break this down further? So it's not just a CPOL, but also maybe look at specific parts of a design and break out those segments. And then get some certainty. And so a legal concept is sort of, well, how much certainty and finality is there around different, stages of the licensing process? And well, that's just a fun can of worms we could talk more about another day. But another theme in this area is design standardization. So, back in the early days, there were all sorts of designs that were on the table. We know this from the Navy experience as well, where all of these technologies really came from to begin with. And there were many different options on the table, many different vendors, but in the end, we saw a few that really came to the forefront. And so our entire fleet today are, large light water reactors, a mix of pressurized water reactors and boiling water reactors in this country, but in Canada, they have heavy water reactors. But for the most part, the industry solidified around certain designs. And so there was this idea around the same time, or at the same time, the same process that resulted in a combined license for efficiency also created this option for design standardization. And so standardization in the 80s was like the magic phrase that everyone was really interested in. And so there are regulatory tools the agency created where you can standardize your design. It's a different licensing process. It's still an option today. And it's a pathway that, for example, we're seeing the new scale design, which you may have read about in the news. The certification and approval that they just obtained from the NRC is a design standardization tool, which basically means it's sort of a off-the-shelf design that you could just buy and then utilize at another plant. You still have to go through the site-specific approval process, but it allows sort of like this idea of an nth of a kind. If you build enough of these, in theory, there'd be economies of scale. And so, it's still an option today, and it's interesting just to be part of this and observe, which, we're not in charge of. The NRC is non-promotional, as was nicely described. We're not in charge of who comes to us, but we have all these options and tools available, and the NRC does a lot of pre-application engagement, which is a huge part and is something that's strongly encouraged to decide, okay, which of these tools do you want to use? Do you want to have a standardized design, or do you want to just jump right into the construction permit? Do you want a combined license, or do you want something more staged? So again, all these tools are and have been available in some of the later tools in standardization later in the 80s, but they're still available today. And the NRC's position is that it could license any advanced reactor today. And it has done so and continues to review several applications for advanced designs, but some exemptions are needed because a lot of the regulations are prescriptive in nature and based on our experience, the NRC and the industry's experience with these early designs. So for example, anytime you see the word pressurized in the rules, like a reactor coolant pressure boundary, well, some of the new advanced designs are not pressurized and operate at atmospheric pressure. So what do you do with a regulation that just maybe it serves as an underlying safety principle that's important to realize and implement, but that the face of the regulations don't work? Well, today the answer is exemptions. But there are a few other sort of activities underway. The NRC is currently developing a tremendous amount of guidance. Technology neutral content of application project, TCAP, is the big one. If you were to Google it, you can read all about it. There's sort of a broader project called the Advanced Reactor Content of Application Project called RCAP, Licensing Modernization Project, all those things. And it's sort of about, well, how, because we have the current framework on the books, 1552, how would you use that today? And that guidance is sort of like the bridge to get you there. And most of it's under development, but some of it is already out and being utilized. So one of the big themes in licensing the new fleet of reactors is prescriptive versus performance-based regulation, which is a theme that comes up pretty much anywhere you have regulators. Is sort of, do we want to have high-level standards that we don't tell you how you satisfy them, but instead you, like the licensee comes up with their own way. And that would be performance-based versus prescriptive. So I thought this quote is a really great way of illustrating that. You don't have to read the whole thing, but it takes you back in time to when things were just all prescriptive, and how the Atomic Energy Commission at the time, the AEC, conceptualized and prescribed the worst case accidents. So it's this quote from Edward Tiller, who was the first chair of the AEC. What it basically says is, look, we got a bunch of guys in the room, it was all men at the time, and we just brainstormed what was the worst possible accident you could come up with. And whatever, for a particular design, whatever we could come up with, we then tried to break it. And if we could break it, well, then your worst possible accident wasn't actually, able to be protected, or rather, come up with a way to prevent it. And then if you can break the way to prevent it, you're not actually providing a sufficient way to address the worst type of accident. So it was really a brainstorming exercise in a lot of ways, and it was prescriptive because it was based on what we knew about those specific designs at the time. And so the idea is, well, moving forward, there's now so many different designs. And I wrote down for you all a list of the different applicants and types of designs that they're coming up with. And I'll read through it momentarily. But the bottom line takeaway is there's so much variation in the types of designs that to prescribe individual accident scenarios and initiating events for those accidents for each type would just be a tremendous amount of work. And another way to regulate is through performance-based regulation. And so how do we get there? And a lot of that gets to probabilistic risk analyses and those sorts of things that are tools to enable that type of regulatory approach. And I'll get into some of the history and challenges around that as well. So that was my segue to the PRA, which I imagine is a tool in health physics, but maybe not. I'm trying to think if there's an application for it. It's been around for a long time, since the 70s. We're probably maybe mostly familiar with the WASH 1400 report that was later bashed and criticized, but kind of had a re-emergence on the field as one viable way of looking at risk. And so actually I found this quote that said that at the time there wasn't a clear indication of when risk-informed regulation started to emerge for non-reactor activities, but at least for the reactor world, it was pretty clear that it was around the WASH 1400 report. And then, fast forward 2 decades after that, the NRC issued a policy statement that said, this is a viable approach. We should use risk assessments of this nature to the greatest extent possible, because even though we have on their books for the current fleet a very prescriptive approach, traditional approach as we call it, to licensing reactors, having a PRA helps you confirm some of those scenarios. And there are a few other interesting ways that PRA is used today as well in reactor space. But in essence, what it looks at is sort of what can go wrong, how likely is it, and what are the consequences. That sounds very simple. I'm not a PRA expert. We have folks at NRC staff who are just risk analysts. That's their job. And they run these scenarios through very complicated models using fault trees and different sorts of diagrams that I'm glad they're the experts and not me, but I can understand enough of sort of why we would want to have this approach be part of a regulatory framework and help us understand the full world of what could go wrong, especially in light of new designs that in this country we haven't seen built or operated in a long time, which is a great segue to what are advanced reactors. So this is a policy statement from 2008 that I believe is a revision of one from the 90s, but it sets out sort of high-level concepts. So in essence, it's sort of the idea of relying on more inherent features and something that's slightly more efficient, simplified systems, reduced requirement on operators, those sorts of things. And then this is the Nuclear Energy Innovation Modernization Act, NEMA, which you may have heard about as well, sort of the massive piece of legislation from 2019 that directed a lot of activity for the NRC around advanced reactors. It has a definition as well, which talks again about inherent safety features, better fuel efficiency, that sort of thing. So I'm going to read just the list of the different reactors for you, because I think it's interesting, the kind of like data points of how many are out there right now Most of these are in pre-application engagement space, but 2 of them are actually at the NRC now with an active application for a construction permit. So we have the 2 that are currently with the NRC. One is Abilene Christian University, which is the molten salt reactor, research reactor, which is really interesting, and that's a construction permit license. And then there's Kairos, their construction permit for their Hermes reactor, which is a fluoride salt cooled high temperature reactor. That's pretty small. I think it's only a demonstration plant, so it's going to produce around 35 megawatts thermal. It won't be producing electricity yet. That's an interesting demonstration project. And then just a host of others. And so it's just really fascinating to kind of wrap your head around great variety and breadth and depth of these designs. So X Energy, TerraPower, NuScale, General Atomics, Westinghouse, Terrestrial. There's one other I didn't write down and I'm blanking on. So, you know, and it varies between molten, you know, salt reactors, molten fluoride, fast reactor. NuScale is an interesting example because NuScale's design is a light water reactor. It's basically taking the current design and just making it a whole lot smaller. So it's a small modular reactor. And so it, you know, I think that type of design is a good example in thinking about, well, what is an advanced reactor? What does it really mean? Is it advanced? We've been operating light water reactors for, you know, decades in this country. I think everyone agrees, yes, NuScale and generally small modular reactors are still meeting this definition because they have inherent safety features. The NuScale design, for example, as I understand it, the individual like modules for fuel are in a, they're underground and they're in borinated water. And so that adds, for example, just one level of inherent safety features. Another inherent safety feature we're seeing advanced reactor use are in their types of fuel that they're using. And so some of the accident tolerant fuel has additional containment in the cladding that's around the fuel pellets as how they're made. So that's an interesting application. And so I encourage you all to look on the NRC website because you can just click through these different designs and pull up all the different schematics on what they are proposed to look like. And, you know, anyone who wants to nerd out on nuclear engineering can really kind of dive in. There's a lot of information there. But I'll say from a legal perspective, it's, you know, interesting to grapple with, well, what does this term mean? And it's something that in our regulations, the NRC has never defined it, advanced reactor, but does have specific regulations that apply to light water reactors. And so on its face, that could be a problem if you're not a light water reactor and you're trying to use the current regulations. So NEMA, like I said, the new legislation, it told the NRC to come up with a new rulemaking to license advanced reactors. It has to be technology inclusive and risk informed and performance based. So risk informed means basically using risk insights like those from a probabilistic risk assessment, but should say not to go so far as to be exclusively reliant on something like a PRA. There are those who would argue that would be risk-based and not risk-informed, which is something of a trigger word, and to also be performance-based, like I said. So that's what the NRC is doing or is in the process of doing, and I've had the great pleasure of being very close to this project. I was the lead attorney for it when I was in the general counsel's office for the past 2.5 years, all the way from the rulemaking plan development through where the rule was about 7 months ago when I left the general counsel's office. Since that time, the staff has given its official proposal to the commission. So now I get to review it again. It is 1,500 pages. I have a binder printed out about this thick. And it's, I think, one of the biggest opportunities and challenges the agency is currently facing. There's a tremendous amount of criticism you can read about. There's many, you know, public comments that have been submitted, industry stakeholders not happy, and environmental groups not happy. And so sometimes as a regulator, if everyone's annoyed, you found the right balance and you're kind of right in the middle, or you could be totally out to lunch. Either way. So one thing I think that's really interesting, you know, I was a rulemaker as a lawyer, so rulemaking process is a fun, nerdy world for me. So I'm very interested in understanding, you know, what's required by the Administrative Procedure Act, for example, which you may have come across as sort of a statute that's been around since the 1940s and governs how all federal agencies do rulemaking and also other various things, issue licenses and litigate. And so, by statute, agencies are only required to go out for public comment once in a proposed rule. The NRC had 24 public meetings, 16 meetings with its oversight advisory committee within the agency, and then it had 20 plus public meetings and issued the preliminary proposed draft rule language. So ahead of what they did, iteratively over a 2-year period, about once a month, every other month, they went out and really shared how the sausage was made, which is just above and beyond what the Administrative Procedure Act says, 1 comment period. They essentially had a rolling comment period for 2 years, releasing iterative preliminary proposed rule language and meeting with the public to explain it and receive ideas. So it was a tremendous amount of work, and I'm impressed by the NRC staff, the technical experts who helped develop it. It covers everything, soup to nuts, and how you license a reactor. Emergency planning, fire protection, seismic, and all the licensing processes that we talked about earlier. It also includes CPOL, COL, design certification, all those licensing strategies, all in one. So you can imagine, 1,500 pages, it's a lot. I have a lot of reading ahead of me, and so do many others at the NRC. But I am encouraged by the work. I think it's fascinating. It's cutting edge. All eyes are on us, and we're vastly aware of it. And there's 2 frameworks in the rule. I won't get into too much detail, but in short, framework A is it's performance based and relies on the PRA sort of upfront, and that has high level safety criteria. You use the PRA to inform kind of how you meet those criteria. And framework B is much more like the traditional approach. It's a little bit more prescriptive in how they identify accidents. So, we'll see. I think it's something really interesting to watch. The commission, like I said, is reviewing this rulemaking package now. But, as it stands, the existing regulations are on the books and can be used as well. So, there are challenges. Staffing is a huge one for the NRC. Attrition rates are pretty high. And it's something the NRC is working on. There's a huge hiring effort right now. So, if you know anyone who's interested in nuclear engineering or materials, I recommend they check out the NRC website. We'll see what lies ahead. So thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Are both of those frameworks going to be pursued in the rulemaking, or just one or the other chosen, or something?
Right now, they're both in there. That is, I would say, a point of discussion currently. There are reasons why they ended up that way. At first, it was only going to be framework A, but there was feedback from the public that was interested in not just a PRA probabilistic based approach, but also but also something similar to what they currently have in the traditional framework, which is more similar to how international regulators license reactors. So right now the plan is to go out with both, not either or that's what's proposed, I should say. There are no plans. That's what the staff proposed. Thank you. I hope I didn't bore or confuse you all with some of these regulatory concepts, but it's an interesting field.
No, I think you hit a wonderful balance introducing that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Maxine. I don't see any comments on online, so we're almost at the end of our technical program. So Mr. Mike Stewart, well known to the chapter, has over 25 years of experience in radiation protection, including operational health physics, industrial license, material, and medical licenses. He currently serves as principal expert authority and consultant for the Department of Energy on radiation protection of the public and the environment. He's been a certified health physicist since 2008. He holds a MS in radiation health physics from Oregon State University and a BS in nuclear engineering from Kansas State University. So Mike, let me load your slides very quickly and you can bring us home. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone for being here. Disclaimer coming from a, a government agency, I gotta have a disclaimer that this is my work and doesn't, represent Department of Energy. Oop. Did I? I thought I had another slide in here for traditional units acknowledgement, based upon our Armand's conversation. Oh, there we go. There we go. This somehow these got just a little bit out of order. So this is our Department of Energy Order 458.1. This is how where our requirements are at. And this is our main order for the protection of the public and the environment. And the objectives of the order are to conduct DOE radiological activities so that exposures to members of the public is maintained within the established dose limits, control the radiological clearance of real and personal property, ensure that potential radiation exposures to members of the public are as low as reasonably achievable, ensure DOE sites have the capabilities to monitor radiological activities, and provide protection of the environment from the effects of radiation and radioactive material. And this presentation is going to discuss recent documents supporting this Department of Energy order. And here's our traditional units acknowledgement. We have tried to, at least in this update of what I'm talking about, include the SI units along with traditional units. So I apologize, the little slides got out of order, but I wanted to talk about this, the DOE establishment, and give a brief history. We have all three agencies in here for today. But for those of you who aren't aware of the Department of Energy, the United States Atomic Energy Act of 1954 established a Federal Radiation Council. In 1970, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, was established, and the Federal Radiation Council functions transferred to that office, but left the Atomic Energy Commission for other functions. The Energy Reorganization Act of 1974 established the Energy Research and Development Administration and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The ERDA was responsible for federal radiation material, and the NRC was responsible for civilian and commercial use. In 1977, ERDA became the Department of Energy. So it's a very simplistic history, but this shows DOE traceability back to the Atomic Energy Act for the authority for radiation protection of federal agencies. So DOE Standard 1241-2023 was recently published in March of this year. So it provides guidance for the release and clearance of property to meet the requirements in the DOE Order 458.1. The development of this technical standard has been ongoing for 2 years. So this DOE standard incorporates what we call the surface pre-approved authorized limits from what was DOE Guide 441.1-XX and the volumetric pre-approved authorized limits established in ANSI N1312 2013 and approved for use under a memorandum signed in March of 2021. And what we mean by pre-approved authorized limits is that the DOE site field managers can use these limits for clearing personal property without having to come up to headquarters for final approval. And however, they still have the option to develop site-specific. They still have the option to develop site-specific authorized limits for clearance and release. And this standard again supports the requirements of the DOE 458-1 regarding release and clearance of property, which was published in February of 2011. And as I said, this standard replaces DOE Guide 441.1-XX. You notice it doesn't have a number, which was never published in technical documents back in 2001, but was implemented by a memorandum. And it was mainly used for the pre-approved authorized limits. So basically, we have updated this guide from 20 years ago. So the U.S. Department of Energy operates a variety of sites, including nuclear facilities, accelerators, and weapon test facilities. As the mission of DOE continues to evolve, many of these facilities are undergoing remediation and decommissioning. Through these efforts, real property or personal property is routinely available for release and clearance from DOE control. So this standard provides guidance consistent with the DOE requirements. It's for those personnel who must determine the disposition of property, referring to property with the potential for residual radioactive contamination. And please note, it's not a requirements document, but a guidance path on how to meet the requirements in our order. So the goals presented in the standard are to ensure that property is evaluated for use type and characterized through monitoring and surveys, ensuring a LoRa process is used for determining levels of residual radioactive material, and ensuring all releases are documented for any future reviews and all notifications are made. As you can well imagine, over the last 20 years, many directives and technical standards have been updated. Here are some of the most important or updating information in this technical standard. I'm not going to read all the references, but I will mention the last bullet is the NCN 13.12/2023. And this is where we adopted our volumetric pre-approved authorized limits. Other updates to the technical standard include updated language to reflect current directives and technical standards. DOE has a metal moratorium and suspension on the recycle of metal, and that has not changed. That is actually a big discussion in Department of Energy of what do we do about metals coming out of radiological areas. And in 2001, there's a moratorium and suspension placed upon those. I've mentioned the surface pre-approved and volumetric pre-approved limits are now documents in the tech standards. And we've included the SI units behind the traditional units in this document. Additional updates include clarifying organizational controls and position updates we moved from AU to EHS 22, and we did that in 2022. Appendix A has a checklist of expected elements to develop an authorized limits package. And Appendix B has a history of DOE release and clearance going back to the late 1970s, where the release and clearance of formerly utilized sites remediation program and the surplus facilities management program. And these two programs led to cleanup criteria on a site-by-site basis. And then it was one of those things that DOE came together and actually got input from NRC and EPA on working to get a standardized cleanup methodology for the whole department. In addition to the memos that were published in 2021, we also issued what we call an operating experience level 3 to provide implementation guidance. And this was released in March of 2021. Now, all the information on this application of the volumetric pre-approved authorized limits are now in our current standard. So this OE3 shows the background of our incorporations and is now a reference and archive for the period that it was in use. So switching gears just a little bit. Another thing that we did in the last couple of years is we reaffirmed one of our DOE handbooks for our LoRa handbook for optimizing radiation protection. So we just did some administrative changes in this document, and we stepped it for review through our internal system and received permission to publish. This handbook states that management commitment to ensure the application of the LoRa process, the continued program review of an LoRa committee, and ensuring that success stories are captured at sites. So the LoRa is based upon a graded process determined by the complexity and the frequency of activities. And the requirements, again, go back to our main DOE order 458.1, and this handbook supports those requirements. So the graded approach that we use is based upon either a qualitative, a quantitative, or a semi-quantitative LoRa based upon the expected dose to the MEI or representative person, or the collective dose to the population. And this is one of our reviews for determining the graded process of the LoRa. Another handbook that we also reaffirmed was our effluent monitoring and environmental surveillance. So originally published in 2015, we again had administrative changes and updates to web links. And again, we stepped that through our internal review process. Our objectives are to assist DOE elements in establishing and maintaining effective environmental monitoring activities, to measure radionuclide releases for DOE activities, characterize the radiological conditions of the environment on and around DOE activities, and support assessment of potential public exposure through the available pathways. The overall objectives of the environmental monitoring is to demonstrate that discharges are at safe plan levels, identify trends and anomalies, and provide early detection to unplanned risks to the environment. So these are the potential pathway exposures to man. We have inhalation, ingestion of terrestrial foods, aquatic foods, and soil, and ingestions of drinking water. So all things to consider when we're looking at releases. And these are potential rad exposure pathways to biota, which include all of the ones previously mentioned, and the additional pathway of immersion. So the handbook recommends a year-long meteorological monitoring prior to start, and the environmental surveillance must meet applicable regulations, or reporting may be required to regulating agencies. And based upon potential releases, the number and frequency of sampling locations should be determined, and it may also be required under regulations. So ensuring that the measurements meet minimum requirements of detection to standards are met. The goal is to ensure a dose calculations to show protection of the public and the environment and to meet regulatory standards. So here are some website links on our radiation protection of the public and environment. And we've also included the website for the operating experience level document. Not only do these websites have information on release and clearance of property, but also policy, standards, and guidance, the Environmental Radiological Assistance Directory, the Operational Guidelines and Task Group Manual, links to our annual site environmental reports, and other tools. So thank you for your time. Do you have any questions? Last presentation. Oh, I thought it was last presentation of the day. Everyone's been going out to get snacks. Yes, ma'am.
Property.
So we divide property up into two different types. Well, real property and personal property. And what we, and we also have dose constraints on different, on based upon the type of property. So our dose limit's 100 millirem per year for a person, but we put dose constraints. So for real property, it's our dose constraint is 25 millirem per year. And real property is a building and soil and anything attached to the building. So like in here, this chandelier is considered real property right now. But if you, and then personal property is anything that's not real property. So if we took the chandelier down, it becomes personal property. A chair would be personal property, a table is personal property, and that our dose constraint for that, for release purposes, is 1 millirem a year. So we have different dose constraints based upon what we call different types of property. And again, like tools would be a personal property. So we, because people use those things, we, on a daily basis, we have that at dose constraint on lower level.
Mike,
Yes,
is
sir.
there any kind of like combination rule? So say the maximally exposed individuals are exposed to multiple sources. Do you have a summation rule?
Well, we do what we have is if the MEI or the representative person off base or off of our installations can receive more than 25 millirem, where they're allowed to receive 100, right? If they can receive 25 millirem from any one source, then we do a look at all sources in that area, right? And maybe not even DOE, right? If we were next to an NRC place, we would have to also look at that too. So
like 25 is a trigger level. and
trigger
then
level
deeper
to
analysis
do a
make sure
deeper
they stay
analysis.
under.
Yeah. Good question.
And there's one question from online that asked if, wasn't there a new standard for biota published in 2019?
There was, I didn't include that one in this presentation, but we did republish that also.
And I think Red Biota was also updated.
Yeah, and we're also with, so the comment was ResRed Biota was also updated to include that. Speaking of ResRed, we're also looking at ResRed IND and RDD. So we're looking to do some more updates to the ResRed codes. So that is one thing that comes from our office. Okay. All right. Thank you all very much.
I'm just gonna request one more just acknowledgement of everyone who spoke today. It was not one dud. I mean, I just really appreciate you showing up, and it was also extremely enjoyable. So thank you all.
Whoa.
Right. Oh, that was the slide we wanted.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All right. All right, here we go.
Okay, so raise your hand if you're president-elect. Let's go. Okay. Oh, I was trying to get a new one. Okay, so we're gonna keep working on that. We're holding our next XCOM meeting in 2 weeks. So I'll put that out in the email again. So it'll be May 16th at 7 p.m. on Zoom. So we're gonna keep trying to campaign and get someone elected so that, you know, John can enjoy his presidency. All right, so we just want to say thank you for coming. This is our first meeting back since COVID. I'm Ed. Okay, so I like to hold it. And do we have a second? Okay, all in favor? Alright, Ms. Carrie Boras is our new affiliates director for 2023-2025. And she already is brainstorming some great new ideas to bring in some new affiliates, so she's on a great start already. All right, so that order of business is done. So I do want to say thank you to everybody. This has been a good run for me, and I have some gifts for our XCOM here. So I'm Mike.
Before you leave, we recycle the badges, so if you wouldn't mind. put them over there.
And also, folks, Caresa's about to do this, but you know, she has been kind of a singular force in maintaining the chapter during the past year. And actually today is almost a one-person operation. So Caressa has, you know, really served the chapter well in a, you know, time of flux. So just, I want to take the opportunity to know.
And we're gonna keep going. We're gonna get this done, and you're gonna enjoy your presidency, and we're gonna get another president-elect, because the chapter has to keep going, because we're number one. Like for HPS, we have the best chapter, so we have to keep this going. All right, so I just bought a little token to memorialize my presidency, so I got the whole XCOM something. So Ed Tupin, our historian. Mike Wengler, our past president and co-chair of LAC. And then I have Gary, the co-chair of LEC as well. Gary Chen.
We could get a group picture here.
Michael Stewart, our affiliates director.
There's one for everybody. It's come on.
Not to be last but released, but Brian Livingston, our membership director, Andrew Scott, our treasurer. And then last but not least, our wonderful president-elect. Did John do a good job today or what? Give him a round of applause, John.
An appropriate day, there is one more Caressa.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I really bought it from my mom.
Oh, they got missed job.
Oh, no. John, our secretary, Jonathan Gill.
Chicken noodles.
The tallest person here.
You want to acknowledge Kathy on the line.
And so we know that we have our virtual attendees. So Kathy, thank you for your service as a longtime director of the First Responders Program. So we have something for you. If you email me, I'll send this to you in the mail because I know you're enjoying your new house. And good luck in Pennsylvania. And thank you for all that you do for the chapter. And we also have one for Matt Millay because he's been great. So also Matt, send me your address and I'll get you yours in the mail as well. All right, thank you, everyone.
Yeah. You've never been in the same game. Just a meeting after you speak. All right. Well, let me know when you're done. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. My thoughts all around.
So are we officially concluded? And thank you all for attending. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much, President.
Oh.
No.
Oh, we sold that off. Oh, thank you. Congrats to you. And I'm trying to get you somebody.
It'll happen. We will keep going.
on track and you have a long way to go. We weren't married at the time. Yeah. Not small. Yeah. Yeah.